Testing.
Microphone.
I don't know how to. I should just be a little bit further from. Is that testing? Or should we move it a little bit? This one is not working. But I need this one for the auditorium. And it's off at the moment. So. Testing. This needs to get on. It's off. I think I might need to. Where? It looks on, but it's not. So then I'm gonna have to use that one and just hold it. But this one is I think it's too. Yeah, that one.
If you push that back.
Yes, just a little bit back. And okay, yeah.
Just bend the arm.
Perfect.
How's it going to work with that mic that you announced? Nothing needs to get put off. You've got 3 mics that are on. That's why we tested it. Yes. Just wanted to start. Asking sound testing. Then you can hear me.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, I must just make sure that.
Are you ready? Huh? Okay. Just a little bit close to your mouth. Yeah. There you are. I'm good.
Can you use that maybe outside?
On YouTube or Facebook?
All of them, anyone. Testing. My apologies. Just testing. Testing.
Testing. Testing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. So we can start.
Yeah. Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to our online viewers as well. My name is Bongelwa Kandashe,
And I will be your host today for this November 2023 edition of the Soca Community Dialogue focusing on maintenance. But today we mark the start of 16 days campaign of no violence against women and children. Just a reminder that today's session will be recorded and is live on our Facebook page as well as our YouTube channel. And it will also be available after the dialogue on our website, www.childmaintenance.org.za. Just a bit of house rules. We do have parking all around this building. If you do not park your car around the building in the parking spots that are reserved for public prosecutors, please do move your car, otherwise you will be charged for parking. We just park around the building in Baton Park Street, Van Dieven Street, Pepper Street, as well as Bree Street. And bathrooms are available on the floor. Just ask one of our ambassadors and we'll be able to assist you. And we do have some complimentary refreshments available in the foyer. You are welcome to help yourselves throughout the day. And I just want to thank all the ambassadors who've actually made that possible for us. Once again, thank you so much for taking the time on a Saturday. For those who are watching online, thank you again for joining us for today's dialogue as we focus on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. So if you are new here today, or if you are watching online for the first time and you are not aware of who we are, the NPA Soca Community Dialogue is a community initiative in collaboration with multiple stakeholders, where we host these monthly dialogues focused on maintenance and family law. As the NPA Soca Community Dialogue, we are a community rising up collectively, and we are not waiting, ladies and gentlemen, for one day when things change in the justice system in South Africa. But collectively, we are coming together with what we have in our hands today. So as you sit here in this auditorium, or if you are watching online, ask yourself, what do I have today that I can bring to this movement to see change in the justice system? We are coming together collectively to seek creative solutions to see transformation in the justice system. This platform, ladies and gentlemen, is open to everyone, from mothers, fathers, legal practitioners, social workers, mediators, community leaders, as well any member of the public who carries the true heart for justice, who is passionate about impact, passionate about education and empowerment in all things related to maintenance and family law. At the heart of this community, we are deeply grounded in the values of Ubuntu. As a community, as you all know, we embrace this concept wholeheartedly. It's not just a thing that we say. Ubuntu is manifested every month, every day in this community. Not just here when we host the dialogues, but Ubuntu is manifested even in the WhatsApp group where we have over 300 mothers and we support each other on a daily basis. In this community, we believe that each and every person has something that they can contribute towards this movement. Whoever you are, whether you're watching online or you are here in this auditorium, we believe that you carry something that you can bring to the table. Members of our community come on a monthly basis to sow freely their time, their expertise, gifts and talents towards this movement to ensure that even though we are still we still have a long way to go, but our goal is to see change or transformation in the child maintenance or maintenance system in our nation. And as we journey together, ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate our diversity. Diversity in this community is celebrated because we understand that it is our shared responsibility actually to uplift one another, to empower, to encourage, and to nurture one another. We stand here united, recognizing that our shared efforts in this community have the power to create the positive change that our nation desperately needs. I've been attending this dialogue since June 2022, and I've had the absolute privilege of witnessing incredible speakers come on this platform, speakers who embody the true heart for justice, coming to use their voices to inspire, to educate, to encourage, and to mobilize. And today we are here again on this significant day, 25 November 2023. We are here sizovungama, sizokhala against gender-based violence. We are here united, sizosebenzisa our voices sizongcola, sizogqwala against gender-based violence in this country. But as we continue today, united, using our voices, let's ask ourselves one question or two. Who is truly listening? We come here every month to use our voices, but who is truly listening? Is the National Prosecuting Authority listening to izikhalo zethu as omama of this nation? Is the Department of Justice listening to our call for change? Niyakuva na ukukhala kwethu as omama of this nation, crying on behalf of our children. Ni mamele na, Department of Justice. What about the Office of the Family Advocate? South African Police Services, ni khona na, ni mamele na, are you hearing our cry? Sicela i-Department of Social Development ivele, ni khona na, ni mamele na, are you hearing our advocacy? Ngoba every month we stand on this platform, siyakhala, siyagqwala on behalf of women and children of this nation. Ni mamele na, niyasiva na. Are you hearing our cry? We cannot continue coming to this platform month in, month out, crying as mothers on behalf of our children if no one in this nation is listening. Every month, siyaqala. Every month, siyaqala. Who is listening? Who is truly listening? But not just listening, ladies and gentlemen, who is willing to take action to see change in the justice system? Why are we here today, ladies and gentlemen, on the 25th of November, 2023, campaigning siyavungama, siyabonga, on behalf of women and children in 2023, considering that South Africa is renowned for having the best policies and laws to address this gender-based violence issue? So why are we here? Why is gender-based violence in this country normalized? Why are we even selecting 16 days a year to come in? Why are we here? Where is the disconnect, ladies and gentlemen? South Africa is well known, it's well known. We have the best policies and laws in place to ensure that gender-based violence is addressed and fought, and that our women and our children are protected. Yet we find ourselves here today, 25 November 2023. Where is the disconnect? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today. Sicela all the key role players ziphakame and listen to our cry and take action. We cannot be here 25 November 2024 still crying out ngalento i1. Where are the key role players? Ladies and gentlemen, bayafa abafazi nabantwana of this nation. Anivakalelwa na. Isn't it enough, ladies and gentlemen? Asonelanga kuchithakala kwegazi labafazi and the children of this nation. Asonelanga with this bloodshed of women and children of this nation. Asonelanga na. So, as difficult as it is, I want to encourage us today because we are here to have this uncomfortable conversation today. So I'm going to encourage you to lean in. We have incredible speakers here today who are just here to use their voices to educate, to empower us today. And I'm just going to encourage you to lean in. We are pushing for change. But my cry as a mother today is that those in power would actually hear our collective cry for change, for action, and for justice. We cannot continue coming here on a monthly basis if no one is listening. And ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolute pleasure today, an honor to welcome a few guest speakers who have come to contribute towards our dialogue today. And with our community dialogue, Ubuntu, I would like us to welcome them. Ex-Magistrate Petrima Osman. We also have two doctors from the University of the Western Cape, Dr. Windal Nakia and Dr. Kamel Jacobs. We also have Lieutenant Colonel Neville Dampius from the South African Police Services, as well as Captain Ashraf Arense, and I would like us to just give them a warm welcome. Thank you very much for coming today to sow towards our movement. Yeah, and we're going to start our program today. We have our very own ambassador, Ms. Ronelle Ras, and she's going to talk about, or actually just give, she always gives us practical tools. Today, she's going to continue with that conversation on how mothers can protect themselves in the justice system. She's also going to just give us handy information on how we can engage ourselves in the, engage with the maintenance courts. And she'll also explain how the concept of Ubuntu is alive and real in the Western Cape, where mothers in the WhatsApp group support one another throughout the Western Cape, as well as other provinces as well. We also have our very own Ambassador Natalie Reiters, and today she's going to formulate a talk around the paper that she's been presenting. She presented at the University of the Northwest, the University of Forte in the Eastern Cape, and she also attended a social justice conference in Johannesburg, and she's going to be talking about that paper, which is a call for collective and innovative effort to shift the status quo in the justice system. And she's just going to explore ways on how civil society can partner with government to ensure that we further eradicate gender-based violence in our society. Then we also have our very own advocate, Dion Reiters. He's going to end off our dialogue today with a summary of the protective measures available to vulnerable women and children in our South African maintenance courts. And then I will conclude the dialogue today by just giving a sneak preview to our last dialogue, which will be on the 9th of December 2023. And just a reminder, today we are going to we're going to have a Q&A session after each and every presentation. And I would like to encourage our online viewers to also just send through your questions through our online platforms, and we'll be happy to address those. And just a reminder once again that this dialogue is recorded and will be available afterwards on our social media pages, Facebook. Just search Community Dialogue. It will also be available on YouTube, as well as our website, www.childmaintenance.org.za. Again, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to hosting you throughout this day. Sit back, lean in. The speakers are incredible. They are here to pour in and really help us really understand gender-based violence and some ways that we can actually collectively, as a community, help to fight this pandemic. So we're going to start our program today with our very own Ms. Ronelle Ras. She's going to be arming us with more information on ways we can protect ourselves in the maintenance course. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm hand of applause to Ms. Ronelle Ras, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just checking if everyone can hear me at the back as well. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, a very well welcome to everyone here at the Community Dialogue, for taking your time, for spending your Saturday to be here, to learn more, to engage. We truly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the online attendees as well. We really appreciate that as well. Wow, what a powerful speech. I can't say that's a speech. That's like, I won't say a war cry, but it's like I had goosebumps. Thank you for that. It's just incredible to think this is where we find ourselves in 2023 in our beautiful country. What I am discussing today is to try and arm mothers in the justice system, and more specifically in the maintenance system, with what Bongi said as well, with just some practical tips. First of all, I just want to thank everyone, all the speakers today. I see Dr. Nokia is there, ex-Magistrate Osman. Thank you so much. If I miss someone else, I do apologize. And let's start, because I have 30 minutes for 20 slides. So apologies, I'm gonna need to run here. And the new mic, it doesn't miss a beat. So today I can't wing it. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm not sure. Anna, is it showing? Oh. So let me start off with just explaining what my agenda will be for today. As we all know, we're here for the Soccer Community Dialogue on Maintenance, and I will be discussing to arm yourself with information. So first of all, and as I say this each and every month, if you don't know your rights, you will not be able to enforce them. And so many women and even men in our country still, at this day and age, do not know their rights. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm just saying we as a community can do better. For us that do know our rights, please bring this message across to your family, your friends, people in church. I always say, not everyone can do something, but at least be kind. And to be kind, I think this works well with that strategy. I mean, if you know there is people at church, there is mothers, there is people at your work who you know is going possibly through a divorce or struggles with a maintenance issue, please let them know about our WhatsApp group. I will chat about that later. And please let them know about the child maintenance website as well. I'm just going to repeat that address. It's www.childmaintenance.org.za. On that website, you will find it's like a pot of gold, honestly. It's how to fill in. So, you know, the first time a mother steps into a maintenance court, and I've been there myself, just to be in court for a person who's not used to that, it is extremely uncomfortable. It's not your place. You don't know where you're going. You don't know where you are. But what I'm trying to do today is just to give everyone the basics to go to a maintenance court, to fill in your J101, to be able to start the process at least. So I'm going to talk about mothers should ensure they have a working knowledge of the following. First of all, the Maintenance Act 99 of 1998. It is daunting, I'm not going to lie, but if you don't know that act, if you don't know what must and may is, there's a difference, or shall. But if you don't know what's in that act, how will you be able to enforce your rights in the court? It's very, very important to have a working knowledge of this act. It was also amended in 2015. So the Maintenance Amendment Act 9 of 2015 is equally important to know. Then you get what we call the REMO, Reciprocal Enforcement of Maintenance and Orders Acts. That's when the respondent lives in a different country. So the mother or the applicant is in South Africa, but the respondent lives in a different country, and obviously you still need maintenance. It's a whole different process than the one that we follow, the normal, let's call it the normal route, but I will get to that a bit later as well. Another very important document to have, and I think it is in the handout, I'll just make sure later. If you don't find it there, please let us know at the end of it, and then we will get you the Department of Justice codified instruction. So this is basically instructions to public servants that all of them signed that they should actually adhere to. But we as members of public, we don't even know that they signed them. But it is our rights. You have certain rights. When you approach a court, you have certain rights. But where you don't know you have those rights. And I say this with utmost respect, but unfortunately, some employees will just walk all over you because they see you don't know what you're talking about. And you won't know because this is not your playing field. It's understandable. Don't feel bad. I've been there. I also didn't know to, they just dish out a J101. And actually, if you read their codes, it should be a maintenance clerk that sits with you and actually complete the document with you. Because now when that document is not completed 100%, when you get to court, that magistrate, and that's also understandable, that's just how it works, they will say, oh, sorry, but you haven't asked for this and this, you haven't claimed for a certain portion, it's not there. You remember, if something is not in front of a magistrate, they will not be able to rule on it. So everything that you think of can help your case. You need to get in an affidavit. I will discuss that a bit later. There's also in the Department of Justice principles, what they call the Batopelo, I hope I pronounced it correctly, principles. There's also a service delivery charter. So for some courts, so say you get obviously the master's court, you get the family courts, which the maintenance court all forms part of. They have different, once again, regulations or set of rules. If I can just discuss one of them, so basically what should happen is a mother or an applicant, whoever it might be, that approaches the maintenance court should actually be assisted within 2 hours of sitting in that line. Now, I think we all can agree on the fact that I don't know who in South Africa only waited for 2 hours in a line to be actually served. There's courts that even the security shows women away because, oh, it's not a Friday, oh, it's not a Monday. They apparently think they can decide on which days they will deal with maintenance matters. And I must underscore this and explain to the mothers out there that this is not how it's supposed to be. But if you don't know your rights, you will get shown away. You will need to take the taxi or your car and come back all the way. You need to spend all that money. If you aren't with your rights and you go to court and you know what to do and what to say, they will take you seriously because they will see, okay, she knows her rights. Then you will see, the whole demeanor will change and they will comply. Because the minute they hear, you know what the service delivery chart is, you know what the codified instructions is, they know, you know what they need to be delivering on. So I want to hammer on this again. Please ensure you know these documents. There's also the National Prosecuting Authority, so the NPA's policy on maintenance, and that is part 26 of the NPA policy document. And then we will be touching on the South African Law Commission paper 157 on proposed amendments on the Maintenance Act a bit later. Just want to make sure, okay. Sure. Not that all. So if I say know your rights, so now I'm going to get a bit more practical. When you enter any maintenance court, the first thing you look for a notice board. If you can't find it, you ask for security or anyone working in the court. You want to see the notice board. The notice board should tell you who the court manager is, who the area court manager is, who the regional manager is, regional head, sorry, and then as well, who's the director of court operations. Why this will be important for you, and you need to take a picture, email it to yourself, save it on your phone, whatever you need to do, please make sure that you have this available, because the minute the process starts and you need to escalate, perhaps complain, whatever the case may be, this will be the email addresses that you would need. And please keep record. I will get back to that soon, but please keep record. But once again, if you don't know the people's addresses who you need to send the complaint or the escalation to, how will you be able to escalate your case? You won't. And then you will wait for months on end without any maintenance. So I think I covered that, what's on the notice board. As I said, when you don't see any notice board, ask the court manager, where is your notice board? Because they need to have a notice board. There's no, ask them, according to your own principles, your Bata Beta principles, where's your notice board? And you stand there and you wait for an answer and you demand an answer. Sound like a shop steward now, but yeah. So as I said, make a note of the area court manager details. In the Western Cape, it is the director of court operations is Ms. Noluva Bekwa. You can see, I'm sure you can see her email address there. It's in the handouts as well. The regional head of the Western Cape is Mr. Rodney Isaacs. His email address is also in the handout. Complaints of maintenance staff. You will get a complaint or you want to escalate a certain matter. You will always need to use this email address, servicedelivery@justice.gov.za. Please include the Director of Court Operations in your email, as well as the regional head. Then it does sometimes happen that you have a complaint against a magistrate. You also have a right to lodge a complaint against a magistrate, and the way you would use that is, I'm sure you can see it there as well, it's magistrates.complaints@justice.gov.za. Service delivery charter, okay. State you should not wait more than 2 hours in the maintenance queues, as I said earlier. Was that your experience? Can anyone here tell me, was that your experience? Because I'm sure I can say and be confident when I say it's at least 4 to 5 hours. So it's at least double than what it should be. And we should demand better. That is their standards, that's their own, they decided to write those principles. They should abide by their own principles. Maintenance services. Next thing, where there is proper service of process. So let me quickly go back to what I mean with proper service. You arrive at a maintenance court, you indicate to the maintenance clerk that you're here for a maintenance issue. They hand you with a J101, that's the application form. They are supposed to complete it with you, supposed to. Please make sure that they do. Then they take that to a maintenance officer, and then you will be contacted by the maintenance. So the maintenance officer then screens that J101. He or she makes the decision to continue with the maintenance case to what we call a Section 6 maintenance inquiry, which is an informal inquiry, which will be held in the maintenance officer's office. So you're not in open court, you're not in front of a magistrate, it's only yourself, maintenance officer, and the respondent. If you are represented or he's represented or her, she's represented, those representatives are allowed as well in the Section 6 inquiry. So what I mean then with proper service, the respondent, so you will be served what we call a Directive 3 from the maintenance officer, and the respondent will be served with a Directive 3. What that basically means is it's the court that will inform you as the applicant as well as the respondent that you need to be at court at a certain date and time for this inquiry, what I just discussed, to continue. Very, very important. Please make sure that you as the applicant follow up with the court, follow up with the clerk, and follow up with a maintenance officer whether said respondent was indeed served. Because in so many matters that I hear that women say, they travel all the way back to court, they have a date now, they arrive there, respondent is not there. Oh no, he hasn't been served. That happens quite often. But if you as the applicant took matters in your own hands, you drive your own case. You must drive your own case. Yes, there's people that needs to assist you in the courts, but if you don't drive your own case, I'm telling you, you will struggle. Let me tell you, you will struggle. It is your own case, so you also need to take responsibility of your own case. 7 days before the date that you are supposed to be in court, please contact the personnel to ensure that the respondent has been served. Otherwise, you'll travel to court. Once again, respondent will not pitch up. And if he has not or she has not been served, there's nothing you can do. Then they must serve him or her again. And then you sit and wait, no maintenance for all that time. So I'm trying to give, like Bongi said, practical tips for mothers or fathers to follow to ensure your success at a maintenance court and ensure your success in the least possible time. Because you need money, your children needs money. The return, as I just said, of non-service of process will be communicated to the client within 7 working days of receipt. Where there is proper service of process, all applications of variation orders will be finalized within 90 days. They also say in this charter that where there is proper service of process, the maintenance order will be finalized within 90 days. Now, honestly, you can even use that WhatsApp number. I want women in South Africa to tell me whose maintenance matter or variation matter has been finalized within 90 days. Not 90 months, 90 days. Because this is what the Service Delivery Charter promises us. This is what it promises us. Why are we waiting? Why are we allowing remandments for months on end? 15 months, 16 months, 3 years, 9 years. Whilst our children, because it's our children, it's not just your children, this is South Africa's children who are suffering. So we are not waiting anymore. We are taking matters into our own hands. And you can only do that when you are armed with information. Okay, so next thing is on completion of investigations, on a reported maintenance default, the department will communicate to the client within 7 working days. And then all cash payments will be ready for payout to customers within 4 working days after receipt of the schedules from employers or payments from individuals. Next thing, now you're in court, you're at the maintenance court. Make notes how long you waited every time you visited maintenance courts. Have a diary, or if you can use your smartphone, make a note, but keep record. I'm going to inform you all now what to keep record for or of. But this is a very, very important, because the minute this will become an escalation or complaint, they will ask you, so where's your information? So what do you base your complaint on? You can't just say, oh, I think I was there on the 5th and probably waited for 2 hours or maybe 5. I can't remember. If you can't remember, I promise you, people will also not remember. And then your children's food will also not be remembered for, because no one would actually give you maintenance. So please ensure proper record keeping of a few things. The first thing, as I mentioned, how long did you wait for in that queue? Write down all the dates and times, and if the respondent was at court or not. In my opinion, what I would recommend, get a small diary. Write down every time so the 10th of August, I went to court. It started at that time. It should have started at this time. Say, for instance, the respondent were not there, maintenance officer was late or not there, was absent. Make notes, because you would need all that notes for future when you're going to escalate your case. Always write down whom you spoke to. I promise you, if you don't do this, you first of all won't remember who you spoke to. And then same person who you spoke to will just say, oh no, I can't remember that. I see 100 people a day. I can't remember what I said, what day. No, I don't think I said that. Write down. Ask their names. They are supposed to actually wear a badge, a name badge, which sometimes they don't do. But then ask them, I want your name and your surname. And you have a right to do that. And if they don't want to give that to you, then you go to the court manager of that court and you insist to know why said person or persons are not wearing a name badge and why, who is that person and why are they not giving you their name and surname. It's important and you have a right to it. You can always, as I said, ask for names of the clerks and the maintenance staff. If court staff refuse to give their names, as I just said, complain to the court manager. Take a picture of the attendance register you completed. There's always like an attendance register, you know, when you get to court, you write in your name, and then you obviously sit and wait till better days, apparently. Yeah, so please take a picture of that as well. Ask for proof that you attended court from the clerks and the maintenance staff every time you attend court. You will need it one day. What I mean with that is, we will be discussing it, subsistence and travel allowance. You need to keep proof, and you ask them as well. They must write a letter, they must stamp it to tell you, to give you proof. Because remember, if you want to claim from your HR, say you took a unpaid leave for that day, you would need to ask, you know, have a copy from your HR as well. But then you can actually claim for travel and subsistence allowance. But if you don't have something in paper, if you don't have something in writing, you won't be able to claim that. When you submit your J107, that's when you ask for an increase at court. Make a second copy of that and ask the clerk to sign it. So let me give you a tip. Everything in your file, please ensure you have a copy. Make your own copy, ask them to sign or stamp. You will find that your file sometimes gets lost. So now after 12 months of remandment, you eventually hear you have a section 10, you are very excited, you're going to court, open court for the first time. All your bundles of 10 years has been stacked up. Nothing. Now you don't have any, like now that you hear from the clerk, oh no, sorry, we lost your file. Believe me, this happens. Please ensure that you have copies of everything in your file. If you don't have money to make these copies, ask them if you can take photos. They can sit with you. You are not allowed to take the file outside. But if someone sits, if a clerk or maintenance officer sits with you, ask if you can just make photos of your pages. Then at least still you have evidence of the documents that is in your court file. Also take a photo of the court file itself, you know, the top, the cover. So to ensure, to tell them, listen, you had a file, this is your file. When you submit your J306, that's for garnishing orders, also make a second copy. Always keep record of documents you submitted to court. Next thing. This is what I discussed earlier regarding the Regulation 3. So this is what it looks like. It's just a picture of what it looks like. When a father is summoned for the first time, a Regulation 3 directive will be issued. So I will show you, hopefully, on the screen. And then when the father is summoned for a second time, a Section 9(2) subpoena can be issued. So I just want to show you what it looks like. Regulation 3 directive can be served anyway via a maintenance officer, how they deem it fit. So it can be served via a WhatsApp or fax or email. It can be served by a maintenance officer or a prosecutor, or a police officer, or a maintenance investigator. It can be sent via WhatsApp, whereas other court documents are still not allowed. Like, say, for instance, I know like a divorce summons definitely needs to be summoned on you as a person via a sheriff, but this can be done via WhatsApp. Maintenance officer must just keep record of how the respondent was served. Please ensure that as well. When you sit there and said maintenance officer or clerk actually sends it via WhatsApp, let them send you that screenshot as proof, and let them, in your file, because you have a file, let them make a record, make a note of how respondent was served, what date, and normally the blue ticks will actually tell them that's been delivered. So now we're here at the J101. Ask the maintenance clerk to call the respondent when you submit either your J101 or your J107, which was for the increase. The J101 was for the application itself. And arrange a date immediately when respondent father will be at court. Insist on a summons, which I just discussed, for Section 6 appearance before a maintenance officer. And insist on a summons, this one that I just discussed, the Section 9(2), for a Section 10 appearance. That will be in front of a magistrate in an open court. If respondent acknowledges, like I said, this is a very important thing. I want to actually stand still quickly. So now you're in front of the maintenance officer. You and the respondent is in front of the maintenance officer, as well as the maintenance officer. Please ask the father, does he acknowledge his paternity? If he says yes, there is a specific form, and you ask for that form from the maintenance officer. It's the paternity form, and let him sign it. Both of you will actually sign this form. But please ensure, I promise you, this will save you a lot of heartache, a lot of drama, a lot of tears, and a lot of money. You will find that you will be able to continue with your maintenance matter. You'll actually get to stay at Section 10 perhaps. You'll actually find that there's a maintenance order being made. Then default, doesn't pay. Then eventually, even if it gets to Section 31, which is a criminal, the prosecution of it, only then the respondent will say, oh, but I never said this is my baby. So you will do all of this months or years on end. And at the end of the process, said person can still say, oh no, but I don't think this is my child. And then it must start all again from the start. So please ensure at the very, very start of this process, please ensure that this is signed. There's also another form that so because you're armed with information, because you're here and you're online and you're listening to this, now you know when you walk into that maintenance office, there's also a document called your rights, the party's rights. So it's two documents that you should actually, rights of the party, sorry. Please ensure that that is also completed. Because in that document, it covers a variety of topics. But at least you have proof once again, because you sign it and the respondent sign it, that your right and his or her right has also been explained. Because as I said, at the very end of the process, said person can say, oh, but my rights were never explained to me. But when this is signed, because obviously there will be a date, and make a copy of it, as I said before, make copies of everything. Said person cannot go back and say, oh, I'm not the father, and oh, I don't know my rights, I'm sorry. Do this at the very first, at the Section 6 inquiry. If you hear the maintenance officer does not refer to these two documents, then you politely ask the maintenance officer, I need this to be completed, please, and I need a copy, and you need to stamp it. This is just a step-by-step guide, as I said before, on the website www.childmaintenance.org.za. You will also find this. It's a very good example for mothers or fathers, whoever the applicant is to complete that maintenance form. Because let me tell you, it's not easy, hey? You know, people in court, they're used to these forms. They think it's extremely easy. But for us, laypersons, it's not. We don't understand what they need. Is it per month? What is this? What's this word? This is a comprehensive guide to help you to complete your application. It will also show you the ratios. So a child, what does it, what portion of because remember, you will have an expense of food, but the food is made up of so many children and possibly one adult. So there's a certain calculation that you need to make. And no one needs to worry. It's not algebra or anything like that. It's very, very plain and simple, because now I wouldn't be able to do that then. So it's very, very plain and simple. You can also find this on the Lunch and Learn webinars. You just Google that as well. There's also a vast amount of it. It's like a pot of gold. But this will also be on that website, is how to actually complete that document. It will show you step by step. You don't need a lawyer to assist you with this. You can do this on your own. If you can't, can't, there is this our WhatsApp group. There is the website. There is this Lunch and Learn. On the Lunch and Learn website, there is even videos. Even our community dialogues. I think Bongi mentioned it previously. You're allowed to go back, go on YouTube, go to the very first one. I know it takes time, but even if you do half an hour each day, you empower yourself. Practical tips. Okay. Now you get to court. Now you think you're so excited. You are going to court. You can tell your story. You're so excited. The maintenance officer told you're there. Section 6, you did obviously not sign an agreement, so you're going for Section 10, which is the formal inquiry. You're so excited. You get your date. You're excited because the respondent is even present. Now you're in front of a magistrate. Now you want to tell that magistrate what happened in your life since that baby was born. But the baby is now in grade 2 already. Now, be realistic and honestly speaking, there is no way a court has got time for everyone's stories, and I'm not saying it doesn't matter, because it is obviously very important to you, very important. But that story that you wanted to tell, please put that in writing, in an affidavit. Because when it's in an affidavit, it will be in your papers and in your file, and the magistrate will be able to read through your story in preparation for the Section 10 inquiry. Because they will not allow you to stand there and share your story for 10 hours. There is just no time in courts to do that. And we understand your story is important, of course. Each and every one of us, our stories are important. But please use that story and put it in an affidavit. And don't get me wrong, the minute someone hears, oh, affidavit, I've never done that, I've never completed an affidavit, I understand. I was also at that place where I didn't know what an affidavit looked like. I didn't know what should be in an affidavit. Once again, it's been made so easy for every one of us. We are so fortunate for our website that Advocate Ratus and Mr. Eugene Opperman actually set up, because on that website, you will find affidavits for various things. You'll find affidavits for, as I just said, for your application to court. You'll find affidavits for increases in your maintenance. There's various topics. You just change, it's a Word document. You just edit whatever, you just put in your own details, ID number, and your own story. Please also make sure that you don't submit this affidavit a day before, because sometimes, and we really want to help everyone. But if you, say the night before, now someone asks for help, we would love to help you, but the court will not look at it. At least 21 days before your case, you need to submit your affidavit. And let me be very clear as well. If the other side is represented, state affidavit or affidavits should also be sent to the other side. If you don't want to send it to them directly or personally, ask the maintenance officer and ensure that he or she does her work. Let them send you proof that it's been sent. But let me tell you, if you don't follow this route and you don't send this to the other side, the day in court at your Section 10 inquiry, believe me when I tell you this, they will come to court, you'll be extremely happy, everyone's in court, it's Section 10, you can tell your story, you've submitted your affidavit. The first thing that the opposition will tell you, oh, sorry, we did not receive that in time, and we didn't have time to read through it and work through it. Your case will be postponed because they have a right to obviously read through it. Please do not make that mistake. Please submit it 21 days at least before the time and ensure that it's been received by court and ensure that it's served on the other side as well. I possibly mentioned stuff here. Sorry if I skipped some of the steps here. As I said, yeah, don't wait till the day of your court appearance. I did say about the 21 days. So a J107 increase form, it's whenever there's a change in financial circumstances. It doesn't have to be an annual, it doesn't have to be even a big change. But say, for instance, you moved or the child is being placed in a new school. That is a change and it impacts you on a financial level. That is reason for you to complete a J107. The J306, make sure you indicate arrears and interest. Indicate what we must attach, and if you're not sure, leave it blank. And let the investigator investigate and check on ITC credit report. If there are money in the bank or immovable property to attach, for instance, DSTV decoders, TVs, smartphones, etc. What the maintenance investigator can also check is INATIS to check whether the respondent have cars, quad bikes, bakkies, boats, caravans, etc. The J470, and you will find all these forms on said website as I just discussed, is to indicate the arrear amount and please write the interest, indicating that you want interest to be obviously charged on the amount that's outstanding as well. You would need to submit an affidavit for that as well with the said form, because the court will not work out that interest for you. You need to do it yourself. The court will not do that. The court does not have time. You need to keep record. Every time said respondent defaults, make a record, put it in writing, and calculate the arrears as well as the interest. Make sure documents are commissioned or certified by the clerk by asking for a copy of your records, as I discussed earlier. Make sure you get all the names of the people you spoke to. Make sure you always have the names of the magistrate you appeared before. Remember, you can complain to the Department of Justice, and as I said before, service delivery at justice.gov.za. If any staff member is rude to you or do not assist you, remember, when you're going to a maintenance school, you are already traumatized yourself, possibly, and even stepping into court, it is traumatizing. And if people in court is also rude to you, it makes you feel worse. You should not be feeling like that. Though people in court is there to support and to help you. And if they do not do this, then we will report them. If a magistrate is rude to you, you are also allowed to report said magistrate to the Magistrates Commission. The email address is in the handout. I did discuss it in the previous slide. Husband and wife in the process of a divorce. Okay, I just quickly want to just explain the Rule 58 and lying in expenses. Rule 58 in court soon, so no interim order for maintenance yet. Husband, however, did offer to pay, but does not even pay what he offered. You get this a lot. Wife has to provide for herself and 2 minor children. Wife has a small pension and can withdraw from it only once. Can she withdraw from a pension and claim it back from the husband because he is not paying maintenance now since October 2022? So let's quickly look at the section 305 and subsections 3 and 4 from the Children's Act. Just going to quickly scroll through that. It says a parent, guardian, other person who has parental responsibilities and rights in respect of a child, caregiver or person who has no parental responsibilities and rights in respect of a child, but who voluntarily cares for the child, either indefinitely, temporarily, or partially, is guilty of an offence if that parent or caregiver or other person A, abuses or deliberately neglects the child, or B, abandons the child. 3054 says a person who is legally liable to maintain a child is guilty of an offence if that person, while able to do so, and this is the crux of the matter, fails to provide the child with adequate food, clothing, lodging, and medical assistance. I just want to quickly stand still at the 2 warrants of arrest. You get 2 types of warrants of arrest that's issued. The first one is the J165. This one is only valid for 2 months, 60 days. After receipt, it should be replaced with a J50. So the J50 warrant of arrest, that's forever. There is no expiry date on that one. Just want to, okay, apologies for that. It is in the handouts though. I'm at the stage, I don't know what page it is now, but it says process of complaints. Just see if I can find this page. I'm page 40 now on the handouts. Apologies to the, I'm sure, can the online attendees still see? Okay, welcome, okay. Page 14, the process of complaints. So as I said before, you start with your court manager. After you email your complaint, you wait for a response, 5 working days. After no response or no reply, you email the area court manager. Once again, you do the same, but now you escalate and you copy all of them in. So you will start with your court manager. You give them time, you give them 5 working days. You then send it to the area court manager and you copy the court manager in. You wait 5 working days for that as well. If said area court manager also does not reply, you send it to the regional head and you copy both the court manager as well as the regional court manager in that email. If you don't get any joy after that, you are welcome to address your complaint then to the National Office of the Complaints Maintenance Office, as well as the Public Protector. Process of complaints, as I said before, the notice board, the notice board, the notice board. That is extremely important. Please keep that in mind. Please WhatsApp the photo of the notice board that you took to that said telephone number there, and to info@childmaintenance.org.za. That is the website that I just referred to earlier. Also email to servicedelivery@justice.gov.za. CC in your provisional regional head, your director of court operations, your court manager, as well as your area court manager. Know your rights, complaints of route maintenance staff too. And as I just said before, there's a director of court operations, there's a regional head, and then also the service delivery at justice.gov.za. Complaints against route prosecutors can be sent to Western Cape Director of Prosecutions, cclark@npa.gov.za, and please CC in communications, communication without the S. So you only communicate once. No, just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. So it's communication@npa.gov.za. Complaints of rude magistrates. There is, as I said before, there's also an email address for that. It's Mr. Marichani Justice Finger. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And the email address is magistrates.complaints@justice.gov.za. Way forward, I'll be quick. I only have 2 minutes left or less. Watch the recorded community dialogues, as I said before, on YouTube. Please do that. Even if you can watch half an hour a day, or even if you can watch over weekends, whatever you can do, please watch those. Watch the recorded lunch and learn episodes, as I said before. Take a picture of your notice boards at the court. Know where to complain to about the DOJ staff, the prosecutors, as well as magistrates. Start your own support group and encourage mothers to join together at court. So, as I said before, we are on this WhatsApp group. The number is on the website available as well. And what we try and do, if at all possible, if we know a certain, one of the mommies are going to court, say on Tuesday, and there is other people that is available that can go and support that mommy, then we do that. You just feel, even though the supporter can't go in with you to court, at least when you're sitting outside and your nerves are doing, because you will be nervous. This is not your place. This is not your playing field. You have your own, area of expertise. This is not your place. You will be nervous, but there is support out there. Document every communication and contact with the maintenance court. Form a lift club if at all possible. Always ask for a copy of the court record and start your own file. And always make a note of whom you spoke to in court. Just gonna quickly. Okay, I'm gonna quickly run through this. Then I'm sorry. Support services at maintenance court. Domestic Violence Act provides for 2 court supporters during testimony. So when it's a domestic violence matter, you are allowed 2 supporters in court. The Maintenance Act, unfortunately, do not provide for support services. That's why I said bring someone with you to court. At least they can wait outside with you. In maintenance inquiries, an intermediary. Okay, so this is a very important thing. And I only have 1 minute, so apologies that I'm rushing this. The Section 51A of the Criminal Procedures Act nowadays makes provision for an intermediary, and for you to have, say when you dealt with domestic violence and now all of a sudden you need to be you are in the same room with the person that actually committed that violence to you, it can become very traumatic, and that is understandable. And you are able to request that that the court can create an audiovisual link via Zoom for you to be sitting at a different place, or even a different court or a different, let's say, an office within court, so that you're not in the same room as the perpetrator. So just know that this is available, but you would need to ask for this. You need to ask, and you need to ask in writing to the maintenance officer, who will then address or give that to the magistrate, who will then decide, will that allow that. I just wanted to inform you that that is possible. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Runa Ras, again, for always being so practical and bringing law to our level.
We're going to open the floor now for a Q&A session, and I would like to encourage those who are watching online, please do send your questions to Ms. Rona Ras. I also have a question. Well, for you, or maybe even Advocate Dion Raitis as well. Yeah, so we keep getting encouraged to complain, to send our complaints. I just want to make sure that there is accountability on the other side for all these complaints, because I've been hearing that a lot lately, that we've been encouraged to complain, to send our complaints. Is there real accountability on the other side? And what does that look like? Because I haven't heard any mom who says, oh yeah, there has been accountability. What does that look like? I mean, are we wasting our time, or is someone on the other side actually taking action against these government officials who are not doing what they are meant to do?
I'm just going to mention one thing, and then I'm going to get out for advocate writers. One thing that I also did not know is that public servants actually has public service regulations that they need to comply with. So it will actually be misconduct on their side if they do not adhere to their own regulations. But there is a process to be followed, but advocate writers will go into more details regarding that. Thank you.
I wish I was like Ronel. I wish everyone else could see all the equipment that you have on her back and the microphones and everything. She looks like a real Martian with all the stuff that she have on. Yes, you'll be next. Well, the process as far as complaints is concerned, please do not get discouraged that you do not get immediate response. There is a time limit for response. And in most cases, the nodal point sitting at that service delivery desk will not respond immediately to you. I know at times it is discouraging not even getting feedback saying that we received your complaint and that we will be dealing with it. And maybe at the bottom of your, I'll give ex-magistrate Osman also an opportunity to just add on what I'm saying. But at the bottom of your email, if you say, please just acknowledge receipt or something to that effect, that will somehow alert the nodal point that they need to somehow communicate and give feedback that we received your complaint and that we will get back to you within a period of 7 days or 14 days or whatever it is. But the only way we're going to affect a change is if we complain. It's no use we sit in our office or at our house complaining, say the justice system is not working, the justice system is not working, and we don't do anything about it. The only way is we need to complain.
teacher, 5 years, and I have a reputation. My reputation is that the guys are very afraid of me, and the mothers go out knowing they're going to get the service they require. That's what's needed. So we need to bring, and I would spend time explaining the process, explaining why this is, explaining why they can't come 16 years later for maintenance. You understand? We need to get real people. We have all these codes and stuff. It means nothing to people on the ground. Nothing. And telling them to look at the board, unfortunately, doesn't mean anything. What I do also just want to add is that we must know in court structures, the clerks and some of the maintenance officers fall under the court manager's jurisdiction. That's your first point of call when you want to lodge a complaint. When the magistrate is the person you want to complain about, you go to the senior. The senior is your first port of call. You can do your email to the senior. The senior will liaise directly with that magistrate, and if it doesn't get resolved, it will be escalated. So those are easy. And I've had that happen as well. So we need to think more, and I really enjoyed what was said, but it doesn't hit the target for me. That's just one of my remarks that I want to make.
That is ex-magistrate Pratima Osman. She is ex-magistrate from Khayelitsha, and she will do a presentation, Law the Healer, a little bit later on. I agree, and I'm not going to try and respond to it, but it's true. The people in Khayelitsha or in the informal settlements also need to get the message. None of them have even emails or have a smartphone in order to do an email to service delivery. And some of them don't understand the language, so there's also a language barrier. So all of these type of challenges is challenges that I'm not going to answer. I'll put it in front of the Justice Department. So there is a call during the 16 days of activism from Magistrate Osman. What are we going to do about those people in the informal settlements? What are we going to do about those people in Khayelitsha that do not have access to YouTube and StreamYard and all of these luxury things that we are using over here? We need to be able to cater for them. The NPA, on the other hand, if I can say, had a webinar that was hosted yesterday in Durban. So there are these type of initiatives that is being brought about, but if they actually reach those people at lower level in the community, I see a lot of people shaking their heads. So don't shake it so vehemently. I hear the call. So before your head is going to knock off, uh, there is plans to somehow bring the message. There are pamphlets that are being developed in all different languages that will be distributed. I know one of our TCCs in Worcester are making sure that it is being at the roadblocks on the N1 being distributed. So there are ways and means where we reach the taxis that will be going to the Eastern Cape. So there are initiatives that are on hand. Is it enough? I do not think so, but it's at least a step in the right direction. I saw that lady was before you, Tula. Do you want to quickly come so that also our online viewers see you? Bonk, is it okay? Yeah. Okay. So that everyone can see you and then you can ask your question.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be quick. I think it was good that I went after the magistrate. So I wanted to start with Bongi because she mentioned the whole notion of Ubuntu. But what she also did was she slipped into Xhosa.
Yeah.
And bendizama ukukuva because ndiyafunda ukuthetha, right? But what the point that I'm trying to make is that it's not just about the language barrier because the whole culture is in the language, right? So we're not just missing each other in terms of language. That's why I'm following on what the magistrate has said. So, and I know I'm in very esteemed legal company here, so I'm going to be very careful what I'm saying. But I want to say that the literature makes it very clear that Africans, Arabs, and Latinas, the highest value is in the relationship. So we, even if we make this legal frame a little bit friendlier, which it is very unfriendly, it does not connect with our cultures. Okay? And so I'm not saying we should not have a legal frame. Okay? What I'm saying is that we're going to have a parallel relational frame, an Ubuntu frame, an Umoja frame, so that we are speaking to people's culture. That's the one thing. The other thing that I notice is that we make of men as enemies, all right? And so we're living in a world that is neoliberalized. So there's so much inequality and there's so much unemployment. A lot of men who want to provide, they cannot find jobs. Graduate unemployment is growing. So I also want to say, besides the fact that we need a parallel system for a new cultural way, we also need to have a system that understands that we're going to not address individual women. Like the woman must sit there we're gonna have to find a more systems understanding of doing this, and a way of understanding that men themselves are disempowered in a capitalist system. Thank you so much.
No, then you got no. Then you're not going to answer the question because there are people online that needs to also hear. So we cannot. Okay. Tula Plina don't want to be on camera, but she's asking what happened in Durban. Durban, what the NPA decided, I was in Johannesburg 2 weeks ago, is we will roll out these webinars, maintenance webinars, to all provinces, where all provinces will give this information about maintenance. How do you apply? What we are doing over here will be done on a national scale by different role players, and all of them will then be bringing in different messages, and then on the public can then obviously connect online and ask their questions, and their questions will be answered by a team of experts, senior maintenance prosecutors in the NPA that will then be able to answer this we will be doing from now or from December next week. There will be these webinars on maintenance by the NPA, and it will be made or it will be published on the NPA website, as well as on Facebook and the social media pages. Just make sure that you are connected, and there will be a link that you can connect on. And in some cases, we will use the MS Teams platform. So make sure that you have access to MS Teams and the other social media platforms, and then you'll be able to connect and to be able to ask your questions. I saw Ronel was online, Liesel Kanye was online, and there were some of the ambassadors that were online for the Durban webinar. But I spoke to, there's Liesel coming in now. She was also online, and she asked a barrage of questions, or now asked a whole a page full of questions. So the moderator said, please ask, or can you summarize your questions, because you said a whole list of questions. But that's what it's about. You bring your questions, and we in the NPA will answer those questions. So we will make that available. But I don't want us to lose the question. It's so important. What Magistrate Osman asked is, we need to get it to local level, to down there. It's no use we have got all of these fashionable things and it doesn't reach the person in Kayalicha. It doesn't reach the person in Tembalete. It doesn't reach the person in Bongoletu. Those are the ones that are the most in the maintenance courts. Ms. Osman said there are 40 cases on the Kayalicha court. Of those 40, how many of them actually know about NPA webinar? How many of them know about the NPA community dialogue? None of them. And those are the ones that are, so we are missing the point somewhere. And if we're not going to somehow breach that, then we're wasting our time. Then we might as well open another talk shop. And that's what it is. If we want to affect change, then we need to get down to the grassroots level and make sure that we cover the people's relational and value system of people. Else we miss the plot. But thank you for the questions. This is what the community dialogue is about. I know Bongi wants to say something about it, so I'll leave it over to her. Thank you, colleagues. There's one more question, Faldila. Will you come forward, please? Okay, one more question, and then we'll give her an opportunity. Is it for me or is it for her now?
Yeah, there was a media release by NPA about getting involved in the maintenance, but what they didn't spell out was the how. And we haven't seen the difference as ordinary people of the how. The one disconnect, oh sorry, I'm Valdila de Vries, I'm from Mannenberg People's Center. There's been a few workshops in communities, and I must thank Advocate the Writers. We had one in Mannenberg as well. And we've had quite a few people coming for advice. But what I often find is the disconnect, and I've spoken to a lot of shelters, people who manage shelters, and that I think there's a big disconnect between the NPOs in general, but specifically the NPOs that manage shelters. Throughout the country, I've spoken to people who have shelters for abused women. I can't see why they can't use that time that the women are in the shelters to start the process of maintenance, because economic abuse is one of the abuses. And so I think that those are the shelters must come to the party. And NGOs that work with gender-based violence, they don't see economic abuse, which is one of the pillars, as maintenance as a form of economic abuse. Thank you.
That's I was in Mannenberg. That's more than a year ago, Faldila. So it's about time that we go back into Mannenberg and make sure that it is being made known to the community of Mannenberg the way we did it last year. Okay, so the ward councillor from Mannenberg, we are ready for you. We're just waiting for the sandwiches and things to be ready. Then we will come and have another dialogue on maintenance in Mannenberg. The other point is that we also have these type of dialogues on domestic violence and all of it, but we need to get to the other bigger or smaller places of retirement villages. They are houses for the elderly, because they are elderly in these places. And I got an email the other day where an elderly person is being accommodated in a retirement village, and the retirement village obviously have a premium that they have to pay. The lady have got 3 children and nobody's contributing to it. Old age pension is not enough for it. So except for the places of safety, let's look at these retirement villages, because the elderly somehow is being forgotten when they turn the age of 65. Then they are being put in a retirement village and nobody else thinks about them. But bring about these type of questions, pose it to communication@npa.gov.za, and let us in the NPA take the leading role. Section 4.1 of the Maintenance Act says that the NPA is tasked with creating a body of trained and experienced maintenance officers. And it starts about making sure that our public prosecutors that are deemed maintenance officers are supposed to go to that old age retirement village, or to the place where the elderly is being accommodated, or to Saartjie Baartman place of safety, or to any other place of safety, in order to make sure that the message get across. So we'll get the next presenter, and then we'll give another round of questions for the delegates that are over here, as well as for the online viewers. Anna, is there any questions online? No questions online. The online viewers, please, you can in the chat box put your question, and we will then try to answer. Thank you, Arnel, for your presentation. Tula, we'll get to your next question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Ronel Ras and Advocate Dion Raitis. Now I'm going to welcome our next speaker, Natalie Raitis. She was going to talk about how civil society can join hands with the government to try and fight GBV. But I just want to give you permission to speak from your heart. I know this is your area. You are very passionate about this area. So you've got the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Natalie Raitis a warm hand of applause, please.
So I can see my own slides for the first time. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see many of you in the room today, and good morning to those online. I know that this is our second last dialogue of the year. Well done. It's been a long run. It's taken commitment, tenacity, courage, faith that we'll have the next dialogue. And so on that note, I want to thank everybody that has contributed to these dialogues one way or another. For those who faithfully attend to gain knowledge, to share in conversation like Valdila, bringing stories from the community, thank you for your regular attendance. Dr. I'm not going to say your surname because we had an argument on how we say your surname, Wendell. Thank you for your regular attendance. Thank you for the people you've brought onto our social media pages. We monitor that. Thank you. Thank you to the ambassadors. You know, you guys behind the scenes and on the day of the dialogues, it's you guys who pulled us together. Thank you. I appreciate you, and I'm going to make mention of you in my talk later on as I explain how we all come together collectively to bring the change. So thank you to each ambassador, even the ambassadors who are not in the courts for any reason. Nikki Lancella is not in the court. She's got no reason to be in the court. Dear Meryl, she'll kill me for mentioning her name, but I'm allowed to, second last dialogue. Meryl, thank you so much. She's not in the courts. She just came to Dion and I and said, how can I be of service to help your movement? By the way, she doesn't have an LLB. You don't need an LLB to contribute to these dialogues. Like Professor Janssen said. Where's she? Hope she hasn't disappeared. But anyway, we don't need an LLB to make the change we want to see. Thank you to T and M and I, people who don't want to be mentioned, but just know that you're deeply appreciated by all of us in the room and online. Thank you to Bongi. I know you, on your second visit to the dialogue, you stood up as an MC. You've done it for the last year and 4 months, whatever months. You've done it gracefully. You've held the room for us. You've allowed for courageous conversations, hard talk. We appreciate you. When it was hard, you still came. Every month. Thank you. And to ambassadors like Liesel, one of the founding members of the actual dialogue, thank you. We know that Liesel, she's still in the courts, more than one court. But she still rises to capacitate herself so she can help mothers. Outside of the dialogues, it's not what happens here, but it's what happens on the outside. So like Liesel, with your permission, didn't ask, it is her son's birthday today. But she is here to capacitate herself so she can help other mothers struggling. So thank you. I can't mention all the ambassadors. We are deeply grateful for you. I also just want to thank my husband, Advocate Ratus. Thank you for your commitment to this movement. Thank you for your heart, your soul, and the tenacity to carry on. Many of you don't know, what goes into these dialogues and the pushback that he gets. But he's still for the mothers, for the women and the children of this nation. He says, I will come to every dialogue. I will sort the dialogue out. Just to give you an indication, many people like myself and Kamal, who's not even here yet, we never have our presentations on time. So we send it literally 3 o'clock on a Friday. So on a Friday evening, Dion's here in the office printing handouts so everyone can go away with some information, not for yourself, but for the people you share in your places of influence. Last night, he checked the load shedding schedule, and we were out celebrating one of our colleagues' birthdays. And he said to me when we're leaving the house at 6 o'clock in the evening, and the last thing that was on his mind was, sweetheart, if it's okay with you, after I drop you home, I'm going to go to the office to do our printing so that we can have handouts for the people tomorrow. We only got home around 11:30. I said, you can't go to the office now. Not your safety, it's just, okay. So you got up really early to try and beat load shedding. And we got a printer right here in front. There's a lot that goes behind these dialogues. So I just want to thank you, Dion, for your tenacity. And I thought I really wanted to spend time thanking those who contribute to this movement. Because I know that it's difficult to volunteer in whatever way you do it. It's difficult. It's difficult to say yes every month and in the week when life is happening for you, but to still be on that WhatsApp group helping mothers, to still be in our spheres of work helping people that need help. So I really just wanted to take time to thank those people. I'm also mindful that we are in our 16 days of activism against no violence against women and children. And I'm mindful that this is our second last dialogue of the year. And I'm also mindful that we've spent 2.5 years hosting these dialogues. It's a long time. And so as I was considering what to talk on today, I thought, I'm not going to share any more knowledge. We've sat here for 2.5 years. People have downloaded their knowledge and we've received it. So I thought I'm not going to talk about my knowledge or share knowledge, but rather I'm going to talk about my experience in the community dialogues and how it propelled me into the work that I do today. Because like Bongi was saying, it's not what happens on these Saturdays. It's what we do with the information we've learned here and we take it on the outside to bring the justice and the society we so desperately all want to see. And I recognize that as I share my experience, many of you might look at me and be like, it's easy for you to stand here and speak from a place of privilege. Actually not. I know that my talk might be a bit triggering for some, but those who know me know I'm all about the hard talk. We've got to have hard talks to grow. And so we're going to have that hard talk today. And I thought I would start off by sharing some of my story. So I am a survivor of domestic violence. I grew up in a household where there was violence pretty much every day. I was woken up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., doors slamming, mom screaming. That's what I remember from the age of 4, my earliest memories. I grew up in a totally dysfunctional family. I don't have time to share that part of my story. It's a huge, long story. At the age of 12, my mom's boyfriend, I asked him a simple question. Did the electricity trip? And he was in one of his rages. He just reached out and he whacked me with his hand. I was 12 years old. I went flying across the passage. I hit a wall and I was bleeding. I picked up the phone and I phoned my best friend's dad, Peter Fenton. Never forget who he was. It was 7 o'clock in the evening and he walked 7 blocks down the street with his daughter in hand and a torch to come and get me. And he had a conversation with my mom's boyfriend and he said, never again will you lift a hand to her. I'm taking her now. He spoke to my mom and he said, we will chat in the morning. And I went to his house where his wife, Judy Fenton, held me, comforted me. And that's another story. But the point I'm trying to make is we all have a role to play in how we fight gender-based violence. So you could be a man in community that will stand up to another man. You don't need law and legislation to fight gender-based violence. There was one man that changed my life story by standing up to an abuser. You fast track, I was 12, 16 in Cape Town. Come back from school one afternoon, and my mom says to me, come, I need to talk to you. We go to a bar, it was called, I can't even remember, something in Cavendish, outside of Claremont. And she looks me in the eye and she says, I want you to know that he nearly killed me last night. Her eyes were not bloodshot from crying, but they were bloodshot. You could see veins running through her eyes because of the pressure. You put a pillow on her face and he wanted to suffocate her. I was 16 years old. Imagine sitting there, not knowing how to protect my mother and not knowing if he will successfully kill her the next time. So I sat with this fear. Every day I went to school and every day that I woke up, will my mom be alive? The year that I met Dion in 2013, my mom's sister was murdered by her boyfriend. When they had to identify her body, we didn't actually see her body at her funeral because it was beyond recognition. We couldn't recognize her, so they wouldn't allow us to view her body. I know. I have seen domestic violence. So I'm not speaking from a place of privilege, but I'm sharing my experience to say, come, we can rise up and we can be the warriors we want to be in our communities. I know this is a maintenance dialogue. So again, I'm not from a place of privilege. I was a single mom for 8 years. The first 8 months of my daughter's life in 2008, I went to Wynberg Court to try and get maintenance for my daughter. I was not failed once, not twice, but 3 times. I remember walking out, and I was a student at UWC, by the way. I was in my second year, so I didn't have a job. But I remember walking out of that, and every time I didn't go to campus to be at court, I missed out on my lectures. That was just the reality. But I remember walking out of Wynberg Court, feeling totally deflated, totally despondent, and failed by a sister. And I remember walking out and saying, I will never set foot in this court again, because I am going to make it work for me and my daughter. And we did just that. Until I met my wonderful husband, Dion, and our daughter has just finished. That was Jen when she was 4. These pictures were taken when she was about 4 years old. So I must have just graduated. But I was a single mom. That wasn't our lifestyle for a long time. This picture was taken maybe 3 years after one incident. It was one night, I was in my kitchen, and it was time to make dinner, and I looked like what was in my kitchen. I had 3 items in my kitchen. I had 1 orange, 1 crust of the bread, and 1 packet of soup from Checkers that you mix with water. I was still breastfeeding, so I was mindful that I needed to nourish my body to feed my daughter. So I drank the packet of soup, and I gave her a slice of bread with no butter, nothing. Dry piece of bread, the crust, and the orange. I broke it up for her. She finished it and she said, "Mommy, more." I didn't have more because the courts had failed me. But that was not going to be the end of us. And so I share my story because I believe there is power in sharing stories. I sat in this community dialogue last year, April. And there was a story shared by a 17-year-old boy at the time. He shared his story of when his parents got divorced, and he had to go to the office of the family advocate to be interviewed by an advocate from the family of the OFA. And he speaks about he only had 10 minutes to give his side of the story, 10 minutes. And he, at the age of 17, wanted to take this burden upon himself to create an awareness of the injustice that is happening to children. I sat in these dialogues listening to his story, and I was like, no, because my daughter is the same age as him. And I said, if I cannot allow my daughter want to put this burden on her shoulder, I'm going to stand in the gap. And so I went home and I had a conversation with Dion. What exactly is an advocate of the OFA? And then I found the word mediator. I was like, okay, I can do that. I can stand in the gap between the parents and call them to a place to say, co-parent in a way that is kind to each other so your children are not traumatized through the dysfunctional atmosphere you are creating because your egos are in the way. That's how I became a mediator, sitting in these dialogues. I'm also a person of action. I don't believe in complaining. I do complain a lot. But I complain, but I'm all about action. And so in the last 16 months, since I've been a mediator, I have spent almost anything between 5 to 16 hours pro bono in the Weinberg court, be it the domestic violence court, the children's court, or the maintenance court. I've done it pro bono. Again, it's not what happens in the dialogues. It's a change. Mrs. Osman, it's not what happens here. It's what we learn here and what we take out. We can't do everything. I can't get to Kailicha. I can't get to other courts, but I can do it at Weinberg Court. Okay, so on any given week, I spend anything between 5 to 16 hours in the court. Most weeks, closer to 16. In the last 6 months of last year, I did 100 mediations in the domestic violence court. A mediation takes anything between 2 to 2.5 hours. Do the calculations. That's almost 250 hours that I saved of court time. I did 100 mediations. That meant the magistrates could spend more time to focus on cases that needed in-depth trial and to reduce the caseloads where we could. This year, I'm hoping I can be here in the last dialogue, but I've got a commitment. I'll see how my time works out. I'm hoping that I can come and share the results we've had from the 100 Days Challenge. We're busy writing the report. I'm hoping I can come share that in 2 weeks' time, depending on my time. And I've worked closely with the staff of the domestic violence court, the children's court, and the maintenance court. And I just want to share that up until I did pro bono work in the court, I was an angry woman. I felt like many of the mothers. Dion would come home and he'll tell me, I had a successful case here, and these were successful cases. And he was coming to share his day. It was a good day. We had what do you call it? Finalization. There was an order. There was a helicopter attached. This happened. And you know, the funny thing is, I would react to this conversation. And he'd look at me and he's like, I'm just sharing the good news. And I used to react. And I realized my wounding from 17 years ago, I was struggling to have conversations and hold space for my husband in his sphere of work. And so then I realized I need to do my own inner work. I didn't come to the beginning of the dialogues because it was painful. It was painful for me to sit in these spaces. I'd be triggered for 2 or 3 days, possibly a week afterwards, because it was painful. The trauma that women go through when they're failed by the courts has long-term, lasting effects. I know. 17 years, I know. Deeply entrenched in you, that when someone, a friend, is talking to you about maintenance issues, you're triggered. My husband comes home, he's trying to debrief, he's got a space, he's triggered. I'm triggered. I couldn't hold space for him. And so I realized I needed to do my own inner work, which I did. I love therapy. If I were to count the amount of years and time I've spent in therapy, it probably amounts to 9 years of my life, because I go into therapy, I come out, I go in, I come out. Dion's like, what do you still have to unpack? A lot, love. So I did my own inner work. And once I did my own inner work, I could hold space. I could come to the dialogues. I could sit here and not be triggered any longer because my wounds were healed. Then I started doing some pro bono work in the court. And I think we've said this for the last 2.5 years. We've all acknowledged lack of capacity. There's not enough staff in the courts. We know that. I'm not going to labor on that. We know lack of trained staff. I'm not going to labor on that. We've said it for the last 2.5 years. Lack of resources. You will not believe that sometimes I try and phone Weinberg Court to say I'm running late because someone stole the motor of my gate and I can't get out my gate. The landline's not working. I speak to one of the clerks, I'm like, we haven't received our role for mediations for next month. Oh no, they have to turn on the Wi-Fi or cables. I don't really understand it, because I'm like, Wi-Fi, why don't you have Wi-Fi 24/7? It's beyond me. You're working in a day and age. The Domestic Violence Act makes provision for electronic, what do you call it? Electronic submissions. But there's no Wi-Fi in the court. Some of the clerks don't have a desktop and a laptop. We started the 100 Days Challenge without a laptop, and that was one of our goals. They didn't have a laptop. Okay, so lack of resources. Lack of support and wellness of staff. I'm not here to defend the system, but I want to bring to everyone's attention what a lot of these people in the courts are going through. One, I see it with my husband. I've seen it from day one, even before he came into maintenance. They don't look after their staff. There's nothing like debriefing. When you work with families overseas, it is mandatory you have a supervisor, not supervisor, do this, bring the stats. No. That's not the supervisor we're talking about. A supervisor. Tell me some of the cases you're struggling with. Let's unpack some of the emotional stuff you are struggling with. What is triggering you? What is hindering your work? They don't have that. There's one person I know reached out. They have this, what do you call it, wellness program. DOJ has this wellness program for their staff. And I think the NPA also have it, where they can call some line or whatever, not sure how it works, and get a counselor to be and hold space there for you. There's this one person that reached out and said, I'm struggling last year this time or before this time. They said, contact our wellness program. This person contacted the wellness program in April. Today is November, clocking on December. Still waiting for that phone call from the wellness program. This person is struggling. If this person commits suicide because the caseload cannot cope, I am trained to debrief. I've got the tools. These people don't have the tools. I go for supervision. I go for counseling to debrief, to be well within myself, to do the work that I do. They don't have that. Lack of support and wellness of staff. Lack of understanding and application of the law. I'm not going to even get into that. I think we've debated it enough. Lack of consistency across the courts and staff. We know that's a problem. One court does it this way, another court does it another way, but it's the same piece of legislation. I'm not going to labor on that. Desensitized staff. I think we've all experienced that. But after working with many of the people in the courts, I've come to the conclusion that these staff have either become desensitized because they're either not trauma-informed or because it's become a coping mechanism for them. And it is their own secondary trauma that they're experiencing, so they shut off to protect themselves. Some courts have 50 applications a day. Imagine 50 women coming and crying. How do you hold space for that person? Even if you were to say, Mama, here's a form, and someone is crying. We're human, we feel. At some point, you shut down. They're desensitized. I can only come up to those two conclusions. And I think it's also because they're not trauma-informed. They don't know how, they've not been trained to be trauma-informed. So we on the outside, we are getting angry. And there's this uproar. And rightfully so. The people that we're angry at, I don't think all of them entirely deserve it. Because I'll speak for my own husband and many others that I work with. And there's some that just sit there and do nothing. We know that. In the DV court, many times I get there during the week and I find the clocks are not in the control room. There's the clocks in the control room, and I ask, where's everyone? Are they sick? And they say, no. I contact them on their private numbers. Are you guys okay? Stress. There's been one day, there was one person in the whole control room, a job for 4 people, because the other 3 stress leave. I'm not talking about 1 day, 2 days, a couple of days. We cannot be always angry with the people we meet in the forefront. It's government. It's the people on top. Those are the people that are contributing to the broken system we see. And so I've come to the conclusion that maintenance is bigger than all of us. All of us in this room, all of us online, all of us in our different spheres of work. It is bigger than us. You're going to have countless mothers, children, fathers struggling with maintenance. You're going to feel like, you're going up a hill with so much resistance. And when you're trying to help, red tape, don't do anything. You're going to get the pushback. It's bigger than any one of us. And so in 2018, my husband was reaching serious burnout. I didn't ask for his permission, but it's our story. And many people in South Africa were fed up of the status of South Africa. Many people started immigrating in 2017-18, and we were seriously thinking of leaving South Africa. And we were doing our checks and balances as to where we would go, what we would do, that kind of thing. And as we were doing our checks and balances, I kept remembering something from my childhood. And so I grew up in Botswana, but I was born in Zambia, and the rest of my family were in Zambia at the time. And I want to share the story because I think once we land the principles, we'll feel mobilized to act. So the rest of my family were in Zambia. Zambia was one of the poorest countries in Africa. It was once called the London of Africa. Government reduced it to ashes. It was one of the poorest countries in Africa. We didn't even have banks anymore. The banks were bankrupt even. There was no banks. That's how bad it was. And every time we went to visit Zambia, my parents would ask their friends and family, why are you still in Zambia? And they would say, if we leave, this country will go to the dogs. So we're going to be here to fix this country. It took about 15, 18 years to fix that country, that the citizens got together and they said, we are going to fix this country. Today, Zambia is one of the strongest countries in Africa. It's got a stronger currency than South Africa. Can you believe it? Because the citizens came together and they said, we're going to fix this country. The same thing happened in Mozambique. It was also one of the poorest countries. But when the citizens came together, it became one of the fastest growing economies in Southern Africa. Citizens came together. As this was resonating in my spirit as a memory, I then heard a talk by a guy called Sibo Kumalo, and he affirmed my thoughts for me. So with his permission, I begged him to come to the dialogues. He's a very busy man. With his permission, he said I can use elements of his talk and his slides. And basically his talk was, no one is coming to save us in South Africa, no one. And he used the example of the miracle on the Han River. The miracle on the Han River refers to a period of rapid economic growth in South Korea following the Korean War in 1950 to 1953. If you look at the origins and the roots of this war, it was created by government. Okay, government contributed to this war. They destroyed the country, and the country was destroyed into ashes. It was one of the poorest countries in the world because government reduced the country to ashes. In 1970, the South Koreans decided, we are going to come together as citizens, and they called it active citizenry. I think that's it. And they said, we are going to join together and we're going to build an economic pillar. Okay. They took their gold, what they had, and they deployed a movement called Amabala, which said they took what they had saved, what they shared, they exchanged, and they reused. They took that and the economy grew so rapidly. Part of that is they used 3 principles to establish this movement. And it was fundamental to, we can do it. And they said it's going to be diligence, self-help, and cooperation. I just want to read the 3 principles, because I think we've got those 3 principles in the room and in this country. Diligence is the spirit of putting eyes afar, getting thoughts broadly, and doing action firmly. All of us sitting in this room, we've used our eyes, we've heard. Let's get together, putting our thoughts together and doing action firmly, committing to the action. Self-help is the spirit of doing my work by myself, realizing that my fate and my future depends on myself, and doing the best in my efforts. Doing your own inner work. Because unless you do your own inner work, you will not be strong to rise up and be part of this movement that we want to create locally in our justice system. Cooperation. It's a spirit of believing in the power of unity. It is a spirit that cares for others first and encourages each other, and that shares with and helps each other and work and get over together hardness. Okay, so we come here collectively, we share our knowledge, and we go out into the week and we create the change we want to see. So how do we land this in our context? There's some principles I know in 2018 landed for me and Dion. And we decided that we were going to stay and bring the change we want. The community dialogues harnesses these three principles. Okay? And so what happened in the miracle? South Korea, like I said, became the fastest growing economy globally. If you look at their growth from 1950 to 1972, that's how the country was broken down in ashes and people suffered. In 1970, when the community got together and they said, we're taking our country into our hands. Look at the economic growth. As a result, many of the cars and a lot of the appliances we use in our homes are from South Korea. Over a period of 50 years, it's in our generation, we can still do this. We've started and we can still do this. We can see the shift happen. Global success was born out of tough times. Many of us in this room have gone through our tough times. And we can commit to a movement that is going to bring the change in our justice system, if we want. Okay, so what is this going to take? This is going to take joint effort to change the status quo of the horror we witness in the justice system. All of us, no matter how small or how big your contribution is, it's going to take all of us. It's going to take Bongi standing up here hosting the dialogues. So Dion doesn't have to do it because often on a Saturday, he's on the back end of training the whole week. He's tired. So when Bongi can stand and host a dialogue, she's relieving Dion. It's going to take Nikki and Meryl and all the wonderful faces on the outside to make coffee so we can wake up and do the work that we've got to do here. It's going to take Renal to be downstairs at security. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take Pratima, us, to go into our communities. We can't do everything, but we can collectively say, we're going to do something in our sphere. We're going to take what we know here and we're going to go out there. It's going to take people committing to be ambassadors to say, let's go into Mitchell's Plain. Let's go into Kalicha. We can't do it as 3 people. Liesel, myself, and Dion once went to Mitchell's Plain. It was sad. The school we sat in, it was what they would call their hall. It was outside. There was bird poo all over. And there were mothers who came with their stories. And we realized talking to them and giving them all this meant nothing. So what we did was we identified people that needed help. And I know Liesel created a WhatsApp group, and she still mans it, by the way, on her own. She still mans it. The Mitchell's Plain group. It's going to take ambassadors coming together saying, I'm putting my hand up. I'm going into the communities. We cannot wait for government. Cannot wait for the NPA, with all due respect, love. We cannot wait for DOJ. We cannot wait. It's going to take us to put our hand up. Okay? And once we put our hand up, I'm going to encourage those in the movement to appreciate the new people. Appreciate them for what they bring into the movement. Be it only manning a WhatsApp group, be it only making coffee, be it only checking security, be it standing up here as an MC, be it streaming, be it whatever it is you bring. Can the people already in the movement appreciate the new people, the hearts that say, I want to serve? Because that has been the breakdown of these dialogues. I know I don't have Dion's permission, but I said I'm going to have the heart talk today. This was the breakdown of the dialogues. When new people came in, many had paralegal, LLB, masters, whatever they had. Wonderful. I've never wanted to be a lawyer, all due respect. But they got upset when people started volunteering to make coffee. People started volunteering to stream. Egos and territorial behavior took over. It's been the breakdown of these dialogues. Remember, I said maintenance is bigger than all of us. We cannot sit in our silos trying to fight something so big. We've got to come together, and we've got to open that network, that movement to the students. Come. To the Nikki who's not in the court, come and make coffee. Come and offer the moms a cup of coffee. Because one of the complaints we got wasn't complaints, it was feedback. Some mothers would come from Atlantis or really far, I can't remember where they came from, and Ceres once upon a time. They would have to wake up at 4 a.m. and walk from their farms, get onto a bus and get here. Then we used to have the cafeteria open, and those who can afford to buy coffee like us, we bought coffee. And these moms sat here without coffee. So Peter Hugo is not here today. He said, we are going to have free coffee. I'm going to provide the coffee. I said, will you make the coffee? I will send the coffee with Abby. Okay. Then we had Meryl step up. Meryl's a sweet school teacher. Look how sweet she is. Meryl, stand up. Meryl's like, I'll just come make the coffee with a pretty smile and a warm heart. I'm just going to come do that. I don't have an LRB, but I'm going to come. I remember when she even asked, what is your movement all about? And I told her, she's like, sorry, Meryl, I didn't ask for your permission. But she's like, what's your movement all about? And I told her, she's like, no, I'm not qualified. I said, darling girl, you are coming with that smile, with that warm heart. We can all attest. Meryl has given us the most beautiful smile, the most welcome hug, hearts on our cups. She's brought detail, attention, grace, prettiness to our dialogues, and we need that. So, to the oldies in the movement, let's embrace the new people, the new ambassadors standing up. I want to help. Don't break people down. And on that note, to the activist online, I know you're watching. I would encourage you to man up, show your chest, man up. Come and have a round table conversation with me. Don't go in circles trying to discredit the work that I do at Weinberg Court. Man up. Yes. Open invitation. Come, let's do coffee together. To the other activist, I encourage you to put on your big girl panties and have the conversation with me too. I'm all about hard talk. I can take hard talk. I can take criticism. It's through criticism do we grow. I can take it. Phone me. You got my number. Phone me. Say, Natalie, let's have a chat. Stop going around in circles, discrediting the work that I am doing at Weinberg Court. We cannot always be complaining. We are in a time in history where it's desperate for our moms and our children and our society and our communities. We cannot be complaining. If there's something wrong with the way I work at Weinberg Court, call me as a professional. Let's have a round table. I'm waiting for that call. What I also find ironic is the one activist, literally a month ago, we sat in a conference, and after I spoke, she commended me for my work. She said, well done, Natalie, you've grown. Probably still have it on recording somewhere. Commended me for my work. And less than 30 days later, she's going around in circles, complaining about my work. Because one woman is upset that I couldn't mediate their case pro bono. Okay, let's put this in perspective. That's the other thing. The people who are wanting help appreciate the help you're getting for free in whatever context, be it on the WhatsApp group, be it on a Facebook, be it here in the dialogues, be it me at Weinberg Court or whoever. Appreciate the little that we are doing because it costs us money. When I drive to court on my petrol, when I give up days to mediate in Weinberg Court, I don't get paid in private practice. But I'm not complaining. This is something I'm giving as a gift for our communities because my heart is around self-preservation. Self-preservation. That's what my heart is around. Building a community, healing communities, and sticking to the cause. So I do that. And yeah, it's very upsetting that one woman, because I refuse to mediate your case pro bono, goes to the activist and discredits the work we're doing at Weinberg Court. And then says, I mediated her case. I actually didn't. That's the funny part, is I never mediated a case. So again, if there's a complaint about the work I do, there's procedure. The same way you complain about maintenance officers and magistrates and whatever, there's bodies you can complain to. Do it in the correct way. Come with a case number, come with a name, and call the mediator's name out. Don't discredit because of one person. Again, when people respect people's capacities, that's when I'm in Weinberg Court, I can only give that pro bono time. I can't give more. I've still got to look after our daughter. I've still got to contribute to our family living. So I cannot do pro bono 24/7. Still have to save up university fees. Okay? I can't give pro bono every day 24/7. Appreciate what the people are doing for free and outside of their working hours. Like Dion, outside of his working hours, appreciate that. The maintenance officers, I'm not fending for them because I have hard talks with everybody. Go there, I challenge any one of you, take a drive with me. Let's go to Weinberg Court now. You will see the maintenance officers sitting in their offices. Let's go, who wants to go for a drive? On a Saturday. They're sitting there trying to catch up with work from the week. There's times I've driven past Weinberg Court in the evening and I see these two walking in the dark to their cars. Like, what you guys doing here? Did you have a meeting? No, they're catching up with work. Okay, overburdened staff. Be appreciative of what people are doing. I'm not saying that they haven't faulted, because we all fault, but there's a way we complain. We do not discredit, we complain constructively. Okay, it's going to take all stakeholders to join hands. So on that note, we thank the NPA for giving us the auditorium. It's one way of saying we're taking your hand to encourage you to have these dialogues. Thank you to DOJ, they've done their bit. You know, it's going to take more of this collective effort from all stakeholders, all NGOs, civil society, each and every one of us in this room, to join hands. And it's going to take collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. That's what's going to bring the justice we want to see. And we've got to lead by example. Okay, so when I talk about joining hands, 2 years ago, I joined the NSP, the National Strategic Plan. It's a collective that decided gender-based violence was at an all-time high in South Africa. And they recognized the complexities and how multi-layered gender-based violence and femicide is. So they said, government and civil society, we are going to join hands together and we're going to fight gender-based violence. I don't have time to unpack the mandate, the mission statement, but they did recognize that change has to happen at all levels. So it's going to happen with the individual, myself. Change happens with us. What are we teaching our children in terms of gender-based violence? By the way, bullying falls under gender-based violence. And if we sit around the dinner tables laughing and mocking about the work so-and-so is doing in front of our children, bullying, what are we teaching our children? Okay, it's going to start with us as an individual. As families, collectively, we're going to have to say we're going to change the narrative we are seeing. Our relationships, our children, our society, our community, it's going to require change to fight gender-based violence. So we cannot just be saying, government, DOJ, NPA, what are you doing? We've got to recognize it's multi-layered and complex. I told you in the beginning of my presentation, I came from a very dysfunctional family. When I fell pregnant, I said my daughter will never see what I saw, and she hasn't. It was a tough road, but I changed that generational trauma, dysfunction that we were used to. It starts with us. Okay. So when I became a mediator, sitting in these dialogues, trying to land now, I started my own practice. But I realized that, again, the service I offer, there are many people who've got no access to it. I got plugged in with Weinberg Court, and there is a program that has been there for the last 7 years. It's called For the Children's Sake. They have been mediating in Weinberg Court, in the Children's Court, the Maintenance Court, and the Domestic Violence Court. Now, I want to speak to also the activists, and for those of you who don't understand the mediations we're doing in the DV Court. I know when people say, how can you mediate a domestic violence matter? We must remember that the harassment court falls under the domestic violence court. A lot of the cases that are referred for mediation are cases where neighbors are fighting each other because the cutting of a tree has fallen into the other yard. That's the cases we're mediating. Another car has parked 10 centimeters over my boundary. So now they're all up in arms in the court. I'm going to have my lawyer, you have your lawyer. That's the cases we're mediating. Harassment, bullying cases, children who are 8, 10, 12, coming into court during the week instead of being in school. They've got to sit there until the magistrate can see them. Why are you here? Bullying. Mediation is an educational space. We bring the participants, the parties of a mediation, to understand their wrongdoing and take accountability for their behavior and commit to change. Now, not all parties and not everyone is suitable for mediation. That's very important for you to understand. The magistrate will not send people for mediation if they can see a party is not open to, is not you cannot have them in a mediation session. So those are kept for trial in the court system. The magistrates sends cases where siblings live together because they've inherited a house. This happens in our communities. Mom and dad got a house from RDP and they got this house. And now the house is put in their name and mom and dad dies. Then the siblings all live in this property and they've built an extension in the back and this on there. So now they all own this house. Those are the cases we mediate. Extended families living together. We don't mediate cases where people have been extremely abused. I mean, abuse is abuse, no doubt. But there are levels of abuse. They don't refer cases for mediation where someone has, where blood has been shed, where there's been extreme emotional and intimidation. They don't refer those for mediation. They refer cases for mediation that can be resolved between the parties. And when the cases cannot be resolved, they send back to trial. The parties have the opportunity to say, I want to go back to trial. Then it's called unsuccessful, and it goes back to trial. And that's why I'm hoping I can be here in 2 weeks' time, because after every mediation we do, we send the parties a link with a questionnaire asking them to fill in the experience of mediation in the court setting. It's anonymous and it's voluntary. So some people haven't filled it in and some have. But what I can say is, out of all the people who filled it in and you ask them the question, would you recommend mediation to someone else? They say yes, because it worked for them. Sometimes mediations are unsuccessful. I'll give you 2 examples. Sorry, I know I'm running out of time, but I have to. 2-3 weeks ago, I mediated a case between husband and wife. There was verbal abuse because apparently there was like an affair on one side of the part, there was an affair, suspected affair. And so obviously the other was angry and was lashing out of anger, verbally. Mediated the case. They're both committed to going for family counseling. They both committed to coming back in 3 months' time after the family joint counseling they will do. And he said he'll go for his own counseling and she for her own counseling, as well as joint counseling. And the question was, what do you want to do with your application? She said, I still want my interim protection order. So I said, that's fine. So she was referred back to court and she has a date to come back in 3 months' time with the magistrate, not with me, and give her, there's going to be another sort of inquiry, I don't know if that's what happens in a court, as to what happened in the family sessions, the counseling sessions. What are you going to do? Because they didn't want to get divorced. That was the one thing they both said, they don't want to get divorced. But the question is, how do you have a protection order between husband and wife, staying in the same bed, sleeping on the same bed, and one is lashing out because of a suspected affair? That's pretty normal. The reaction of the party who suspects this affair. But it's not the way to handle things. And that's why they're committed to going for counseling. So in mediation, we are not counselors. We refer them to the necessary professionals that will help them on their journey of either restoring the relationship or finally deciding to divorce or move out of each other's space, whatever it is they want to do. Okay. What has been nice is we're coming to the end of our 100 days challenge. We've got 2 weeks left. And what's really nice is before we started our 100 days, the courts were finalizing 35 cases per week. When we started offering 4 days a week, 2 mediations a day, that's 8 mediations a week, the court was able to finalize 60 cases per week. We've almost doubled the finalization rate of cases because of the service of mediation. This was just a post they put on their Facebook that I included. And you know what is so beautiful is we bring humanity and dignity back to the parties in the court. So we phone them and we say we've got a 9 o'clock slot and an 11 o'clock slot. Do you want to come at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock? Not come at 7:30 like the clerk tells them and they sit in the queues all day till 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock, whatever time their hearing is. We give them a slot. We make it personal. I give them my phone number. I WhatsApp them. And in the evening, I got a WhatsApp from a case in the maintenance court. It was unsuccessful. It was returned to court for trial because you cannot mediate all cases. It was sent back to court for trial. But this person at 8 o'clock in the evening sent me a message. Good evening. I just want to say thank you for your efforts and mediation today. They felt heard in the session. Even though it was unsuccessful, they felt heard. And that's what is important, because when they appear before the magistrate, a lot of their ego, a lot of their animosity is on the back end, and the child is in front of them on the table with the magistrate. Okay? There was someone else. This was a neighbor, Andre. He said, with his permission, I can share this. Andre was the applicant in a harassment case in the DV court. We mediated. That afternoon, he thanked me. He's gone back to London and he said, what can I do for your movement? He was the applicant. He said, what can I do? I'm in London. How can I change? How can I support your work? Okay, mediation does work. It works for certain cases, and it brings justice for people who participate in the mediation process. Anyway, that's the end of my talk. So I think what I wanted to say is that when we leave these spaces, let's go into our areas of work and create the change we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalie Rachels. But before we proceed, I just want us to have a quick family moment. So as we all know, it's Tian's birthday today. So can we sing for Tian, please? Yeah, Liesel Cronier's son, it's his birthday today, and we just want to celebrate him. So can we sing, please? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tian. Happy birthday to you all. You? Hooray! Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Natalie Rachels. And just a reminder that Natalie Rachels was featured in the Rebus Journal this month, the November 2023 edition, and she wrote about the legal position of adult dependent children with a specific reference to the Judge Second Appeal Division case of DWT versus MT. She's got the copies. Do you have the copies here today? Okay, so sorry. She forgot. Yes. Yeah, and if you also want to maybe get in touch with her, you're welcome to also do that. I'll give out her email address in a bit. Unfortunately, she won't be able to stay after her presentation but do you have time to answer? Yeah, but she does have time for a quick Q&A. She, in conjunction with the Social Justice Institute, are actually facilitating training and training the legal fraternity on mediation. So she's obviously going to be facilitating that this afternoon. But there are two dates that I would like everyone to note. Social Justice Foundation, where, and obviously Natalie is part of that. They'll be facilitating trainings. One will be Thursday, the 30th of November, and obviously the training is open to everyone from social workers, attorneys, magistrates, advocates, or anyone who's interested in learning more about mediation and or being trained in mediation. So Thursday, 30 November, they're going to be focusing on the legal aspect of mediation. And then from Monday, the 4th of December, then they're going to do a 5-day mediation training. So if you would like to register for that, you can go to the social justice website, or else email Natalie at socialjustice.co.za if you are interested. The only qualification that you need for this is really your senior certificate. So yeah, it will be great because social justice and Natalie are raising the next generation of mediators. So thank you very much for that. So before we proceed, does anyone have any questions for Natalie Raitis?
I've got a comment.
Okay.
You know,
Sorry.
I used to serve at the
Just for our online viewers to also hear what you're saying. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie, for your presentation and opening yourself up. It's not always easy, no? But I also think that mediation should be used in other aspects of society. On the Cape Flats, we have a serious problem of gangsterism, and mediation isn't being used, you know. And I've been part of that many years ago in the Staggie era, and we weren't trained. We could have created a better outcomes, and even now, I think that mediation should be used in more aspects of civil society. You know, just for those that don't know, I used to serve in the City Council Planning Portfolio Committee. And I always used to say, you would never understand how the leafy suburb neighbors live with each other until you go sit in those hearings. You'll be shocked. You know, they come to those hearings where there's objectors and applicants on planning issues. And when they get into that room, it's the first time that they see each other as neighbors. And the people that made the most money in the city of Cape Town is I think they've got some planning and law degrees. But there was about 4 companies that used to deal with applicants and objectors with planning. And it's big developers, I can tell you. And if mediation was applied in these instances, both parties would have saved a lot of money. Because these 4 companies, it was actually a joke sitting there. The one item on the agenda, the the one lawyer would sit here as the applicant and the other one of the objector. The very next item, they switch. And their arguments also switches because they then fight in the interest of the client and not the common interest. And I think I can write a storybook about the ridiculous stuff that happened. And you know where it happened? Constantia, City Bowl, Camps Bay, and all the leafy suburbs. Neighbors don't speak to each other. And in 5 years that I served there was one from Kailicha, one from Kales River, one from Vanguard Estate, one from Kromboom. But the rest in that 5 years came from the leafy suburbs. So now the question is asked, where would mediation happen, be best applied? And my response always at the end of all this debate, I would say, Chairperson, you know, these people need Ubuntu. They don't know about Ubuntu. So I think, Natalie, I want to thank you for the good work that you do. I also think there's a need for a lot of mediation with teenagers, and I've spoken to Natalie about it, because teenagers, there's a lot of conflict and the bullying and all of that sometimes lead to death, which could have been helped with a mediation ability to mediate the conflict. Thank you, Natalie, for your work.
Okay. Any comments online? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Natalie Reiters. Oh, sorry. There's one question. Yeah. You please come to the front.
Greetings, everyone. I would like to know, do you involve children during mediation? If you do, when do you involve the children? Or you only focus on the biological parents of a child concerned? And then the last question is, during your mediation, do you only get involved, do you only attend the biological parents of a child when the child is staying with them? Or you can also help them even if the child is not with them, because parenting must continue even if the child is not with you as the parents.
Absolutely. Good questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good questions. So when we mediating parenting plans and maintenance agreements between parties, we mediate with the parents alone. These are not conversations we can have with children in the room. However, our Children's Act states that we need to get the opinion or the consideration of the child's voice. And so it is called the voice of the child, where a separate professional, usually a voice of the child expert, a psychologist, a social worker, does an assessment and gets the voice of the child for us, sends us a report, or we sit in that final session when they give feedback to the parents. As a mediator, you sit in the background, you listen to the voice of the child coming through. So it will direct the mediation when we're talking about a parenting plan. Okay, we take the opinions, not that the children make the decisions at the end of the day. We consider where the child is at and how the child responds and interacts with the relationship they have with both parents. We take that into consideration as we're discussing the parenting plan. That's the first answer. The second answer is, yes, we can mediate with parents who are the non-custodian parent, meaning the child does not live with that parent, but we mediate those cases between parents. And sometimes a parent has not seen the child for years, 5 years, 10 years. We can mediate those cases where we talk about a parenting plan, but we talk about phase-in contact. Again, we work with professionals, like a psychologist, a play therapist, that will help and aid with the phase-in contact with the other parent. But to answer you, the children never sit in the room. just because it's not conversations for children. I hope that answers you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Accelerators. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today as we are here to mark the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And I'm so honored actually to introduce our next speaker for our dialogue today. He's been supporting our dialogues almost this whole year, Dr. Windal Nokia. Oh, did the program change? No one told me. Oh, apparently the program has changed. Oh, okay. No problem. Okay. So again, Captain Ashraf Arense, you have been such an incredible supporter of our dialogues. Thank you so much for your heart and passion for these dialogues, for these difficult conversations, and you always ask the most difficult questions, and we really love it and we really appreciate it, and also encouraging us to go back to why these dialogues were founded, to have conversations, not just to have speakers here coming to just pour out, but you actually encourage the Q&A sessions, by the way. You fought for that, and thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, Captain Ashraf Arense is here to talk about the protective measures employed by the South African Police Services. He is a forensic social worker, so he's going to be talking about that process and how they assist young survivors of sexual offenses in preparing for court proceedings. And also we just want to acknowledge the Fred and Dal Family Child and Sexual Offences Unit, and also acknowledge Lieutenant Geraldine Yonkers and Lieutenant Dampis for their support. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm hand of applause to Captain Ashraf Arense, please?
Os, Frans, let me wys you wat ou nommer wys. Kyk, it's not about what, just plain English and a little combis. Unlike these numbers that robs by sheer miscalculation, We subvilla the number of social justice, equality through mere conversation. So allow me to tell you a story in a language you should not relate, about some of our Owens that have always sparked some sort of debate. Our first convict is named Freud. And that bra, nah, that bra is insane. Fixated and raped poor psychodynamic because if we ever had sex on the brain. Corey and Corey are leaders of our group, and they are the real boss. Their reason for incarceration, shame, was causing the death of Kubler-Ross. Then there's Maslow and Eve to take care of our need. But, struggling to attach his Bowlby, convicted of sheer greed. Piaget, on the other hand, he's one that works with the gedachte. Just pas op voor dit massa AOP. Or he'll chase you from achter. Was, Frans! Gaan ze stam vat? Because this is so real. Just prepare yourself, my friend, as you will encounter people wat jou gaan try om in die gedagte te steel. Was Frans? You've just witnessed wat ou nommer wys. Kyk, it's not about what, just plain English and a little kombuis. Thank you. So, that presentation, that poem, I wrote in 2011, right, when I was a student. I was a first year student, and that was for an English, sorry, the presentation is, let me just quickly get professional again. Now I can talk. So, that poem was written in 2011 when it was part of an English assignment. And the little rebel that I was decided to, a little kubuis is moes 'n bietjie Engels, you understand? It's how we relate in our community, how we speak in our community. And I was introduced to these theorists in psychology, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the fundamental human needs, attachment theory, psychodynamic theory, cognitive development. And as a social worker, these theorists and others, many others, helped us in the professional world to look at the developmental stages of a child, of a person. So, the other thing that I want you guys quickly to focus on, right? Just by a show of hands, how many of you have heard this language, the Sabela language, that are being prominently used on the Cape Flats, in our communities? Just by a quick show of hand, how many of you have heard people actually use this language? So I would say that's about 95% of people, right? Just a question, what was the youngest of these children and the age that they started to use this language? And what I wanted to focus on is looking at the language development. It's looking at the behavioral development. It's looking at the cognitive development and the social development. Can I just quickly spend 5 minutes on this in terms of getting your opinion of, have you, based on your experience, try to answer this question for me. Who are these children? I mean, I've moved from the Cape Flats, to the farming communities. And I kid you not, this language is also being used there. 2 6-year-olds, 6, 7-year-olds, the one telling the other one, my bro, manito, my bro. I mean, where do they come with this language? They've never been to prison. They don't understand. Where do they come? Where do they get these developments, this language development? So can I just quickly, if there's 1 or 2 persons, just for 2-3 minutes, just to share your thoughts and your experiences with these young people, just by show of hand. No one. Okay, you want to?
A 5-year-old from a community just outside of Lavender Hill, or Hillview, who was in grade R at the time. So looking at the community around the 5-year-old and older siblings, that was how they communicated.
As young as 5-year-old. As young as 5-year-old, 4-year-old. And these are the things that social workers look at. So today I'm going to speak about what is forensic social work and what is the work that we do. Just quickly by a show of hands, how many of you know what is a forensic social worker? Just by a show of hands. None. Interesting. So hopefully at the end of our presentation, we're hoping to get a couple of hands up. So what is forensic social work? Forensic social work, just quickly get my laptop. Wil jy elke keer agtertoe kyk hè? So forensic social work is a specialized field of social work that focuses on the interface between the legal system, which is our primary client, and the secondary client, which is the individual, the family, the organization, or the institution basically being assessed. And it is also characterized by the primary function of providing expert testimonies in a court of law. Okay, and that is the definition according to the South African Council of Social Services Professions. So this is all legal terminology and woorde, wat ons almal kan noodwendig verstaan nie. But so let us try and simplify that, right? So let us break up the word forensic social work. So what is forensics? So forensics is the scientific tests, techniques, methods, as well as skills used in connection with the detection, investigation, and assessment of a crime. Right? So here I've listed a couple of examples of the type of forensic professionals that we get. So for argument's sake, if you look at forensic laboratory, right? If you go to the doctor or to the hospital, they will take a sample and they would, for argument's sake, go to the lab to test it for if it's cancerous and all of that, right? It basically goes to the lab. However, the forensic laboratory focuses on the crime, focuses on the if answering a legal question. So if a person has committed a crime and there's some sort of DNA evidence, left at the crime, how do you connect the scene of the crime to a suspected perpetrator? And that is where we make use of the forensic laboratory. So it is trying to seek to answer a legal question. Another example, if you look at a forensic doctor or a medical forensic doctor or a nurse, or like some of used to call it the district surgeon or the medical legal professional. No, you get your normal doctors, going for your checkup, looking at your health, if you're doing well, basically providing you with the necessary medical assistance that you basically require. However, the medical forensic doctor in the medical forensic units, their focus is on trying to collect evidence and trying to assess those evidence based on their assessment criteria, like the completing of the J88 and all of that. So forensics, like I can go on. The auditors, you can get your normal auditor, looking if there's your checks and balances, are you paying taxes and all of that. But forensic auditors, oh sorry, I didn't know you were not on the slide. I do apologize for the inconvenience caused. Forensic auditors seeks to look at whether there has been a crime committed, whether there has been fraud, corruption. So it seeks to answer a legal question. And that is what forensics basically mean, is seeking to answer a legal question and whether there has been a crime committed and the connection between the detection and the methods of a crime. Before I continue, like my presentation, like wine, like gevaarlijk. So basically, for my fellow colleagues, the program that I used, ek is mos jong, I'm enthusiast, die lig is nie my pad ek nie gekom het nie. Ek steek gevaarlikheid. But the program that I use, you guys can use it. It's Prezi. You can Google it, and you're more than welcome to basically do your presentations. And it was al kwai uitkom soos myne. But nonetheless, so now that we've established what is forensics, let's look at what is social work. So social work has got generic social workers, fresh out of the university, and you are attacking the world with all your new knowledge base, with your tool bag, at hand, doing good to the community that we serve, right? And then in social work, you also get specializations. It's similar like when you go to the doctor, you go to the GP, it's a general practitioner. But sometimes you need a specialist, a heart surgeon, a neurologist. Similarly, that is also in social work. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of them, not going to go into detail because why, time is limited. So adoption social work focuses on the adoption of children, and it can be both locally as well as global adoption as well, right? You get, adoption social workers working for agencies as well as adoption social workers, working in private practice. Then another specialization, you also get occupational social work, right? So occupational social work is that social worker that works, at the work, in businesses, at institutions, basically helping the workers who is their clientele with their issues, with their concerns, in order for them to function optimally within the work environment. Then you get probation services. So if a child is in conflict with the law, you get special social workers that becomes their probation social workers that basically works with him, does the assessments and all of that, and basically follows the protocols of the Child Justice Act. And then of course you get myself, forensic social work, which I'm going to focus on, as well as clinical social work. Right? So what's the difference between, and I think this, if you use this, the difference between forensic social work and clinical social work, there's a huge difference. Clinical social work is victim and client orientated. They work in the context of the helping profession. I'm here to help you. So how does it make you feel? The type of questions. How can I help you? Forensic social work, on the other hand, works in the legal context, trying to answer a legal question where the court and the justice system is your primary client, and not necessarily the individual or the client or the child or the woman or the man or the family. Your primary client is the court. Clinical social work, their work entail is very subjective and supportive. Whereas forensic social work, we need to be objective and factual about our assessments and our investigations. Because remember, you're trying to assess a client, assess a child, and you have to be neutral. You have to be objective in your assessments. One of the things that I like about forensic social work, it's not your job to prove or disprove guilt. It is about conducting an assessment that will help the court in finding a just decision and making a just decision. So, clinical social work is very therapeutic in nature. Forensic social work is scientific in nature, answering a question scientifically. We are social scientists, where you get your raw data, your uncontaminated data, you analyze that data, you interpret that data, and you make your recommendations to the court with your findings about that data. Julle moet my sê, man, ek praat van die goed en dan is julle nie op dieselfde level soos ek is nie. Right? So there we have it. Clinical social work versus forensic social work. So what is our legislative mandate? In terms of the Social Service Professions Act, Act 1978, right? Our legislative mandate includes the conducting of forensic social work investigations of all cases that require a forensic assessment using scientifically validated protocols, techniques in relation to forensic social work. Why does it have to be scientific? Can't I just look at a novel? Why does it have to be validated? Because remember, our assessments needs to be legally defensible. You cannot say to a court, I think that this child has, let's say, the child cannot disclose because why? Nie van groot mense nie. Where did you find that? Where does it come from? So the research and the tools that you use, it needs to be validated. It needs to have credibility. It needs to have been peer reviewed in order for it to stand out in court and in order for it to be accepted in a court of law. B, applying relevant legislation. There's a lot of legislation that we basically apply. The Criminal Procedures Act, the Child Protection Act, the Children's Act. So there's a number of legislation that we need to make use of, as well as for applying forensic social work techniques to interpret data used in the compilation of forensic social work reports. D, compiling and submitting evidence-based forensic social work reports to the primary client, which I made mention of is the courts. E, by providing expert testimony on the relevant matters in a court of law. And F, which is also very important, is engaging in research and development and developing the field of forensic social work. Now, forensic social work is a fairly new profession, idea, concept in South Africa. And there is not a lot of research done within the South African context, right? A lot of the research that we do rely on is globally, from the Americas, the UKs, Australias. Therefore, it is important for us to engage in research, to assist in the understanding of the child within the South African context. And I also need to say is that it's actually growing. There is a couple of research that has been done and undertaken within the South African context. It's not enough, but it's growing. So what does it exclude? What does our mandate, our legislative mandate exclude? What do we not focus on as forensic social work? We don't do generic social work assessments. We don't do clinical assessments. We don't do therapeutic interventions. Remember, if you do therapeutic interventions, there's the aspect of, confidentiality, during that helping process. But whatever I'm assessing and whatever I'm doing, ek gaan dan vir die hof sê, wat gebeur het hierso? So I cannot provide therapeutic intervention because why that is not my role. There is a clinical social worker or a social worker or a counselor that has been trained to provide that services. We also don't do victim impact reports, and we also don't do child protection assessments and related investigations in terms of the Children's Act. That you get your child protection social workers at your DSDs, at your child welfares to do those assessments and investigations. I hope you have a little bit of understanding of what the broader idea of what forensic social work is, right? So now let's focus on what is forensic social work within the South African Police Service, and what is forensic social work, what I do. Okay? It is the application of specialized, and I just need to say, make mention of the fact that sometimes, you'll hear the same type of words again and again, the judicial system, the legal system, because that is what our work entails. So forensic social work in the South African Police Service is the application of a specialized social work knowledge base to a legal context for specific purpose, which is one, assisting the courts to understand the psychosocial issues of the victim or the witness of a crime. It's trying to explain to the court that this is who the child is, taking into account his age, their level of maturity, the social context that they find themselves in, their relationships, the level of cognitive functioning, their understanding of the world. And by doing that, the court is able to make a just decision by having understand who this child actually is. And two, presenting scientifically based factual information to enable sound and just decision making, which I just now mentioned. So we've got two functions within the South African Police Service as forensic social workers. And that is, one, it entails the scientific investigation and assessment of an individual or a client that are involved in a criminal case, and the presentation of these assessments to a legal authority. So we're looking at assessment, investigation, court reports, and providing expert opinion. And again, it is to assist the court in its decision-making processes. And the other function is, which is also interesting, is forensic social workers' intervention, which is not based on the investigation of an individual that are directly involved in the case at hand, but it rather takes the form of an opinion or a rehabilitative expert testimony. What this basically means is that, for argument's sake, irrelevant to the case that's happening, say the court wants to know what is child development, at what level of an age, say 5-year-old, is this child at, or should a child be at? Looking at the educational functioning, the question can be anything. Sometimes they could ask, the disclosure, delayed disclosure. Then we have to go to court and explain to the court that there is instances where children have delayed disclosure. And there's research about, what and why children don't necessarily immediately disclose what happened to them. Sometimes it could be an accidental disclosure that the child did not want anyone to know. But just because something happened or someone picked up or someone saw, that then the child is forced to disclose. So it enables the court to understand the factors that may have played a role in the crime or the behavior of the defendant, the victim, or the witness. So according to the standard operation procedure manual, right, our target group is 18 years and below. But the forensic social workers, we focus mostly on from the 3-year-olds up until 12-year-olds. The reason for that is how we are able to assess a 1-year-old. There has been instances where they were able to assess 2-year-olds, but jy moet kwaai wees daarin, man. You understand? And it's also case dependent. Where there's no medical evidence, where there's no eyewitnesses. Ek meen, as mos jy almal wat daar so kan staan en dan, daar gebeur die act nie. Normally, in these circumstances and in normal cases, it's only the victim and the perpetrator. Referrals of older children must be motivated. And we only do our assessments after we've gotten a mandate if there's, number one, a criminal case registered or an inquiry registered in the case docket. Only then we do our assessments. And where do we get our referrals from? As jy enige iemand wat net kan opkom, kykie, assess gou wat hy persoon, maar ek dink iemand het gevoel by haar. There's certain procedures that one has to follow. So a request is received from the investigating officer, from the FCS unit. I don't know, I've handed the national instructions 2 of 2019. You guys have it? That's a fantastic read in terms of what is the role and the function of the FCS, which is the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit, that does the assessments and investigations regarding child protection, family violence, and sexual abuse cases. And we also get it from our commanders, the referrals, or from the FCS commanders, as well as the court. So the NPA would either send us a referral to do an assessment. But like I said, there has to be a case number or an inquiry number in order for us to do that assessment. So looking at, I'm briefly going to go through all of this, because my time is not on our side. I know the MC is extremely excited about that. Julle bly vir my vergiet om te sê ek moet knoppie druk. Anyway, yeah. So the referral request that we get is we need to answer a question of legal relevance. You can't say, kan nie net 'n case kry waar iemand vir jou sê, kykie, of die investigating officer vra vir jou, assess gaan die case, die kindie. Assessment on what? What do I need to assess? There's a lot of things that I can assess about the child, but what is the legal question that I need to look at? Is it delayed disclosure? Is it whether this child has been sexualized? What is the legal question? So the investigating officers or the courts needs to be specific in terms of what is the legal question that I have for us to look at, or they want for us to look at. And it is specific in relation to child sexual abuse dynamics, like I mentioned, or child developmental issues. Some of our children, they suffer from ADHD, ODD, ABC, XYZ, you and me. You understand? There's all of these cognitive, behavioral, developmental issues that we need to also look at, and that the court basically needs to know in order for them to make a just decision. What we also do is we assist the investigating officer with statement taking, only at some times. And that is because sometimes the child does not necessarily want to open to the investigating officer in order for them to provide that statement. So then they would get the forensic social worker in to assist the investigating officer to do that statement. And what we would normally do is, first, rapport building. We're focusing on how do you build that relationship, because why? A child is not, or anyone is not going to share intimate details with you if I don't know you. Is almal nog met my? Is everyone with me? Okay, nou, kwaai. So, just some of the tools that we're focusing on. Like I made mention earlier on, some of the tools is international tools, and some is also local tools that we also make use of. These are just some of the tools that we make use of, like the American Professional Society of the Abused Children Guidelines, the APSAC guidelines as we refer them to, the NICHD, investigative interviews, standard protocols, Michigan State protocols, stepwise interview protocols, and others, et al., like they would say at university, et al. And the types of referrals that we also get is looking at the competency of the child. Looking at the competency of the child. Is the child competent enough to go stand on the stand? The cognitive characteristics of the child, the emotional, sexual, social development factors of the child, those are all things that we look at. The disclosure process, including recantation, Antidila, recantation, is a woord. And that word basically means if the kind het gesê dit gebeur, this happened to me, en nou trek ek dit nou sommer terug. When a child recants, why does the child recant? Has the child been influenced? Has the situation changed? Because for sometimes a lot we also look at sometimes answering the question of the inconsistent disclosures. Inconsistent disclosures. That is when die child het nou so gesê in die een statement, dan sê die kind weer so, dan sê die kind weer so. Why? It does not necessarily mean that the child is lying. A child functions differently from how an adult functions and reasons. Delayed disclosure, like I mentioned earlier on, or even non-disclosure. We also get referrals for grooming. Has the child been groomed? No? Looking at the element of the crime. Has the child been groomed? Now we're looking at memory. Can the child remember what happened? And we also use test and assessment tools if the child has a problem with memory in general. So we would focus on a last sport event. Tell me what happened. Wat het gebeur? Who won the game? All of those things. As well as sexual abuse, accommodation syndrome is also another thing that we look at. The secrecy, the helplessness, entrapment, the accommodation, the delayed, conflicted, and unconvincing disclosures or retractions. Why? This is just some of the models that we use. You know, the joint investigative interview models, comprehensive model. No, comprehensive model is basically looking at, you don't just see a child. That child lives within the system. Looking at the child holistically. The child has got the relationships. The child is at the school. The child comes from a certain community. The child has got a religious background, spirituality, culturally. So you don't just see a child as a child. As a social worker and as a forensic social worker, you try and look at that child holistically, who that child is. And no two children are the same. Even if they are twins, no two children are the same. Coming from the same household, same background, but yet the one is functioning cognitively different to the other. We use child interview model, parent-child interaction. And what is also important is that SAPs, forensic social workers, are not restricted to use of a specific interview model. And the reason for that is, one, no child is the same. A model that's being used for you might not necessarily work for someone else, even though you're the same age. And two, the world is changing every day. New things is happening. Die kinders van vandag is soos die kinders van gister nie. So a lot of things change. So as social workers and forensic social workers, we need to continuously increase our knowledge base with latest models and newer and other techniques. We call it continuous professional development. Van die wêreld bly nie dieselfde nie. Everything develops. Vandag is dit so, môre is 'n brood, meer geld. Jy kan gister afford it, but jy kan nie meer afford it. Everything's changed. Lastly, and this is my last interview, Ms. Bongi. I know that you're pressurizing me. Okay, anyway. So we also use forensic research-based interview tools, such as, this is now our bag of tricks as well that we make use of. Like we would do blind interviews. We know absolutely nothing about the case. The case might have been going on for some time, but we know nothing about the case. In order for us to get that raw data without you being contaminated, without you being biased, you do blind interviewing sometimes. We also have open-ended questions because it's not my story, it's your story. And our questions also need to be non-leading questions. Not because it's in the interest of justice, but it's also in the interest of getting the data that you required in order for you to analyze it. Remember, like I made mention, we are not there to prove or disprove guilt. We're there to do an objective and a neutral assessment of the situation and of the child. Because why? Remember, you don't want to have someone else, a wrong person, being found guilty for an offense that they could not have perhaps have committed. You understand? Everyone has the right to a fair trial and to just administration. So we are there as the neutral person, like the medical forensic doctor. There's a structured process that they make use of. So do we. We do cognitive interviewing. We do the truth and lie discussions. Right? So we assess whether a child can differentiate between telling the truth and telling a lie, but also doing the morality test. Do they know what's going to happen to them if they tell a lie? So we always encourage children to tell the truth. Because why? Remember, on that stand, if they're going to go to court one day, they are also expected to tell the truth. And if they don't know an answer, they must tell us they don't know. But the tools that we use, we always use it in a child-friendly way. If I can make an example. If we do our rapport building a rapport. Myself and the child, we would start coloring in. Then I would ask the child, hand me the blue pencil or the blue crayon. That is also an assessment tool. We need to determine whether the child is able to differentiate between colors. Does the child know what is blue? Does the child know what is a red? Does the child know what is blue? Number one, we're doing our assessment without the child knowing that by me asking that question, it's a question to try and either trick him or gain information. But it's in a child-friendly manner to gain some insight of our assessment of the child. The court might need that information to determine the child is saying that the perpetrator had a blue jacket on. But we've got 20 witnesses to say that the perpetrator never had a blue jacket on. He had a pink jacket on. But through that technique, we're able to tell the court, but this child, although he's 8 years old, 9 years old, this child cannot differentiate between colors. And that could be because either the child is colorblind or the child, there's a developmental delay or an educational delay, or the child hasn't been educationally properly trained, or the child maybe that haven't been exposed to colors, or the child doesn't even know what the color is. We also use touch surveys. So those are basically, this is my last slide. We also have touch surveys, right? So those are basically pictures and drawings of the anatomy of a child or an adult, depending on what we're trying to assess, for the child to point out. Nie hy dae vat. You understand? Then we need to ask the child, what is die? Nee, hy is tette. Wat is die? Nee, hy is 'n tokkolosie. The child could have in the statement said that he touched my bum. Okay, show me. Nou, waar is your bum? Sometimes it's voor, sometimes it's agter. So we need to understand all the different terminologies that the child basically uses for their body parts and the anatomy. Because the court is not going to know what is a tokkolosi. And that is the role we as social workers play in order, based on our assessment, again, not to prove innocent or guilt, but basically answering a legal question, as well as the anatomical correct dolls or the anatomical detailed dolls. Unfortunately, they're not here. Hulle het vir my gesê hulle is 'n bietjie skaam vir mense. So they didn't want to come with me, but how we use the anatomical correct dolls is also very interesting. For the child, sometimes a child cannot normally verbalize all the things that happened, but they can show us. So we use that technique to either corroborate or to elicit more details. And if I can give you an example, the child would, undress the doll and take off the panty and all of that. And the anatomical correct dolls have the full anatomy of what you and me have. There's a penis, there's a vagina, there's an anus. So the child takes off, the pants, the underwear. And what happened was so interesting. When the forensic social worker asked, okay, so then what happened to the panties? Nie auntie het saam met hom gevat. Huh? New information. Lo and behold, guys, lo and behold, the panty was found at the accused home. So do you understand the importance of the role of a forensic social worker within these units and the role that we basically need to play? For the mere fact that we cannot all be clinical social workers, the helping profession, how does it make you feel and all of that? But to try and answer a legal question. So again, we also do the competency testing, the phase process, and funnel questioning style, where we engage, elicit, and elaborate to gain clarity. But also hypothesis testing. And I'm going to end on this one. How do we develop and create hypotheses? And how do we test those hypotheses? So mommy and daddy, they're basically going through a divorce. Suddenly, die kind kom maar nou, my pa het aan my gevat. Could it be a reason because of the divorce? Could the child be influenced? Could the child be coached to say certain things in order for the other parent to gain access or to gain full control of the child? So we create these hypotheses depending on, what we get from the child, and we work basically from there. And then we test these hypotheses. Is it true? Could it be that this child has been influenced, has been coached? So with that, I would like to thank you for allowing me for this time to come and be here with you. I hope you have now an understanding of what we basically do. Just by a show of hands, how many of you know what a forensic social worker is? 100%, Mr. Dion Reuters. I did my job. 100%.
So thank you so much, Captain. Does anyone have any questions for Captain Arendse to address?
No.
Okay. Do we have any questions online?
Now I answered it in my presentation. That's how good I am.
Okay. I think there's one. Okay.
Very professional. Thank you. Thank you for that. Like in one of my slides, I made mention of the only people that we receive referrals from is the investigating officer. It is the courts, and that is the only way we get our referral. So it's not normal anyone getting to us or NGO, listen, refer or assess this child for us. Because I remember that there needs to be a legal question, right, of legal relevance that we basically need to answer. And there needs to be a case number, and there needs to basically be or an inquiry number. So if there is a case, open a criminal case, open a case, and then the investigating officer or the prosecutor will decide whether the case needs to be referred to the forensic social worker. Because I remember, in a child's life, right, when the child has gone through all this trauma and all of this, you don't also want to expose this child to a lot of people and having to tell these stories to a lot of people. So if it is a real need and a legal question that we can't answer and we need the professional to be able to answer this question for us, then they would basically refer the case to us. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay, thank you, pleasure. Abo? Oh, I can't hear you now. I don't serve the people. Oh, thank you. Okay. So the mental capacity, there is a different. Oh, sorry. There's a determining whether the child, the mental capacity of the child. So, for argument's sake, if the child has a criminal capacity, does the child have criminal capacity to stand trial? So, they would send the child for an assessment either to the psychiatrist. I don't know if that is your question. No. So the mental capacity, because I remember that I'm a forensic social worker, I'm not a psychiatrist, right? So it wouldn't even necessarily come to us, because I would send it back to the investigating officer or to the prosecutor to say, listen, refer it to the psychiatrist and the professional. Remember there's the forensic psychiatry as well, and psychologists to do those assessments, because that is not my field of practice. So there are other professionals to answer. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
In the absence of evidence, it doesn't mean that it can happen.
Exactly.
That's the first point I want to make. And the question I have is quite simple. When you look at maybe a 10 or 12-year-old who has been, and I'm trying to remember, being sexually assaulted, or the child has been made believe that this individual was sexually assaulted. That's a crime in itself already. Do you get involved? Although because you must remember from what you must help me if I'm wrong. From what I'm understanding is it's a specialized field within the FCS unit.
Yes.
That must be requested.
Yes.
So we understand that all of us agree that the workload is so much for
Yes.
detectives in the FCS unit that that child falls through the gaps.
Yes.
Based on the workload of
Yes.
the detective. So as a parent, what do you do when you see that, for instance, I know of 2 cases where the detective, firstly, the uniform officer came and did a statement in English, but the child is Afrikaans. He already it's a problem. Now the second thing is the child gets to where the FCS detective is, and the FCS detective also does the same thing. Now the child is already uncomfortable. What do I do as a parent to ensure that there's justice for my child? Do I have the right to say that we as parents want a forensic investigator to get involved?
Okay, so to answer your first question, right, if there's uncertainty, right, you don't necessarily, or the investigating officer would not necessarily open a criminal case, right, a case docket. They would normally open an inquiry, right? So there's a maybe not. There's not enough prima facie evidence to determine whether this child has been sexually abused. So that's the first thing. Oh, can I continue? Okay, so basically that's the first thing.
The second thing that I also want to say is that, unfortunately, not only in the South African police services, but in all government departments and NGOs alike, there's always this language barrier issue, that we are faced with. And I also understand that sometimes, you don't necessarily create a platform where you can express yourself, the way you want to express yourself, or the message does not necessarily get across as you would want the message to be gotten across, or it's not necessarily received as you are basically telling the story, right? You do have the right to request to speak to someone if it is available in your preferred language. If not, they can get interpreters for you in order for you to speak, or for the child to be able to speak in a language that they are comfortable with. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but it's not just a police problem when it comes to language. It is a go to justice, go to health, you understand?
The first question, the second question was whether or not as a parent you can insist that you want a forensic. Can
You that's difficult to say, right? But you need to speak to your investigating officer, because while they are the trained professionals that will be able to determine whether it is necessary for a forensic social worker to have a child assessed, right? Yeah. So speak to the investigating officer. If not, and if you feel that you're not getting any satisfaction, you're more than welcome to speak to the unit commander for the FCS to determine, or in fact the prosecutor itself, because I mean, there has to be a reason why the child is being referred to a forensic social worker. You understand? So it's not just because ek dink my kind was you understand? So there has to be a legal question of legal relevance for a referral to be made to a forensic social worker. Ja. Van dit van die Dila sy taan baie lank opgesit. Seker nou is 'n gedagte van 50 questions. 1 2. And so just and then you the last one, eh? Okay.
Oh, now you cut dialogue.
No, don't cut time. Hulle het vir my gesê minute.
Now, I want to know, often for me, there's too long a time from the time sometimes when the case is reported to when the child must tell the story. Even in adults. And the slightest error or forgetfulness or whatever this child errs by because of time, then the perpetrator or the smart aleck defense lawyer will see that as a loophole, and the perpetrators then walk free based on a loophole of such a nature. Then they ask yourself, why can't you remember? But it's 3-4 years ago since the case was made, not since the child declared, but since the case was made, and the system has failed the child in processing the case. Then the child becomes a second victim. And with that, I do have a problem.
Okay, so one thing that I want to say and make the statement is that, and I don't know if you guys agree with me, South Africa, we've got some of the world's best policies and laws and legislation. However, when it comes to the application and the administration thereof, that is extremely questionable. And you see not only in the police, in other government departments, if you look at, for argument's sake, the waghospitaal or the daghospitaal, it's a heel dag, you've got the right to healthcare. But you moet die heel dag sit, because wat hy dokter moet eers met 5 mense wat geskiet gewees het, eers met deel voor hy na jou koud toe kom, wat jy vir 5 ander sit. You understand? So that's the one thing. The other thing is, what is also important is if a child has been sexually abused, and it's very important to get that statements, whilst the information is still fresh. And also, and what the court is also doing is sending the child to the forensic social worker to tell the story, so that there is at least some sort of evidence, in terms of this is what the child basically says. And what normally also happens is that before the child is allowed to go to court, the prosecutor would normally have consultations with the child, to determine whether the child is ready to testify, in the court of law. And sometimes, if a child is not even ready to testify in a court of law, and sometimes people mense raak kwaad daarvoor, but one also has to understand why cases are provisionally withdrawn. Maybe the child is not yet competent enough to go and testify in the court of law. And then what they would do is the prosecutor would, leave that case up until the child is of a mature age to go and be able to testify. And it's not necessarily something that the child would forget, because I mean, it's a traumatizing experience. Whether you are 4 years old, that's a major life event that basically happened to you. So you might forget some of the information, but the majority of the hurt, the feeling, what happened, it remains with you. That is also the other thing, that one has to consider. So at times, the prosecutor would, provisionally withdraw the case, in order for the child to be of a mature age, to be able to become competent in court, for that purposes. And remember, if you put a child of that age on the stand, and the case gets acquitted because why the child is either not competent or it's not a credible witness, you can't try that person again for that same crime, even if you've got new evidence and new information. That's double jeopardy. As ek reg, Mr. Reuters? Nee, ek is reg. Ek is op my ek is nog by. So that's basically double jeopardy. Yeah, does that answer your question, Mr. Fries? Thank you, Mr. Fries. And I thank you. First, Mr. Ras, and then you can have. Okay. Okay, yes, you may.
When it's trauma,
Yes,
it takes to be blocked out,
yes,
and it takes a specialist
yes,
to actually bring it out. So
yes,
what being said, that it's not just the case being 3 years or whatever.
Yes.
It could have happened last week.
Yes.
We block the trauma, and that's why we have people like yourself.
yeah, no, of course. And sometimes, have you ever asked yourself the question, you speak about trauma, and you think of this hurtful thing that happened to this child. What if the child actually liked it? Right? That in itself is also trauma. The child is actually more dangerous, because why? At that age, the child becomes sexualized, and the child touches others and plays this, and and that you rob that whole child's childhood. Understand? So those are all the other things that we also basically take a look at, and one also needs to consider.
You mentioned you had a primary time and then the secondary.
Yes.
So primary is obviously the course, because that's where you work.
Yes.
And then, I can't remember your name, sorry, but you mentioned about, say for instance, a parent wants to have forensic social worker. What then did you mean with secondary? So us as the public cannot obviously approach you. Is that what am I understanding?
Okay, so you get private forensic social workers as well, right? So you get private forensic social workers, but also remember that they are there to answer a legal question objectively, in order for their opinion to be granted as admissible in a court of law. So they have to be objective in their assessments as well. So even if a parent, it's the decision of the prosecutor or the investigating officer whether it's relevant and necessary for a forensic social worker to assess the child. Because why? You can't just ask, let the child be assessed, but why? What must I look at? You understand? Does that answer your question?
Maybe I need to rephrase the question.
Okay.
The challenge is not whether or not you want to, like for instance, the child went through trauma earlier, and then there's a second case, and then there's a third case. So for this child, it's really traumatic.
Yes.
And it's exactly what you were saying. There's a case in Otum where a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old, the 8-year-old took a broom and put it up in the 5-year-olds. You understand what I'm saying? So it's exactly what I'm saying. You are unsure whether or not that child is criminally capacitated to go to trial. And
No.
all those.
Yes.
So where do you draw the line by allowing the prosecutor? Because remember, let's be honest, to them it's about how many cases they win.
Yes.
That's not about the child necessarily.
Yes.
You as a parent now needs to be adamant and say, but I'm not happy with this.
So in the
They get upset with you, but you as a parent of 24 hours with that child, you see exactly what is happening. And you are aware of the problem that there is, that this child is blocking off. You look at the child is 10 years old, 15, 17 now, and the child is still acting as if it's a 12 or 13-year-old. So that shows to me there's absolutely no growth in that child.
Yes.
But yet, now when you come and you speak to the detective, which is now a different field, not even a psychologist, it's a field in investigating.
Yes.
Now you get the situation where they tell you, do you want to do my work? I don't get paid for that.
Yes.
I'm saying my observation of what I'm seeing at the child seems to be a problem. Can we not get the forensic social work? You see, do I have the right? And as a parent, I feel like, do I have the right?
Okay. Just okay, sir. Okay. Okay. Just to quickly answer your question, right? So a lot of the times you get child-on-child violence, right? With the sexual abuse to 8-year-olds, like you mentioned, or 7 and 9-year-old. So that child does not have criminal capacity. So I wouldn't see that child, because I remember, if that child does not have criminal capacity, wow, what's the reason? Who am I? My primary client is not going to see that child, right? So a referral would normally be made to your DSD, to your rape crisis, and all of those people, basically for therapy and counseling, right? Because I remember that 8-year-old child, where does the child come with that behavior? Understand? Is the child exposed to pornography? Is the child exposed to a lot of things? Where does it come from? Hou die kind die ma en die pa dop terwyl hulle bymekaar is? Where does it basically come from? Did it happen to that child himself or herself? Now that they are acting out the way they are acting out. So it's a lot of things that one basically has to consider. But at that age, the child wouldn't in fact come to me at all, because why? The child does not have criminal capacity, and they have recently, increased the criminal capacity from 10 years old to 12 years old. So any child below the age of 12 does not have criminal capacity. If it's over 12 until 16 or 14, then the child basically needs to be assessed to have criminal capacity. If it's older than that, up until 18, the Child Justice Act basically then take precedence, and will then basically be prosecuted and work through that act. So I know you've got another lot of questions. Can I ask? Can you ask me after the session, because there's other presenters that also basically needs to. And I love the fact that I've elicited all these questions, and because it's a very interesting conversation that we have and that we must have. And I'm hoping, even the presentation that I had, it's a heel dag presentation, but ek op elke pinpoint can focus, and out of these pinpoints, I'll be able to answer your questions. But given the time constraints, I was bongi jag me al weggaan so al, maar ek gaan nou gooi. But thank you very much for having me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Captain Arense. That was amazing and informative. So we're actually, because we have 4 more speakers, 4 more incredible speakers. So we wanted to take a quick break, or do you still have capacity to just allow 1 more speaker to speak, or a 15-minute break?
Right.
10-minute break. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. One moment. Okay. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back here at 1:20. For our online viewers, again, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to play a video for you by an amazing, incredible lady from KZN, Miss Ridgway. She is an incredible supporter of the Help a Girl campaign. For those who are not aware what the Help a Girl campaign is, it's led by one of our ambassadors, Ms. Abongile Khwaza. Basically, it's a movement that is, they're trying to eradicate period poverty and also to advocate for menstrual health to be recognized as a human right. So for our online viewers, enjoy the video by Ms. Ridgway, all the way from KZN. And then let's come back at 1:20. Thank you very much.
name is Georgia Ridgway. I'm a matric student at Crawford International Lulu, supporter of the Help a Girl campaign. This campaign helps to support underprivileged young girls at schools and in communities so that they do not miss out on any opportunities. Many girls cannot attend school due to their lack of menstrual products, or they end up turning to unsanitary methods such as using newspaper or dirty cloths as pads, which can lead to various health risks. The Help a Girl campaign has collected and distributed thousands of sanitary products to girls across the country, but now they need our help. Please, if you are able to sponsor any products, drop them off at your school and contact the campaign. You can also contact them using the number below or using the email on their website. Period poverty is not just a female issue, it is a global one. Boys' schools can also help the initiative by providing menstrual products. If you're not financially able to sponsor the campaign, you can still help. Use your social media platforms to spread the word about the campaign, and hopefully it will reach the right people. Visit the Help a Girl campaign website or follow any of their social media accounts to find out more about what they do. Menstrual health should not be a fight, it should be a given, but at the moment it is not, leaving millions of girls to suffer every month. Let us all work together to alleviate period poverty and support the Help a Girl campaign. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Dr. Wendell Norkia and I am a senior lecturer at the Department of Criminal Justice and Procedure at the Faculty of Law at the University of the Western Cape. I will be a guest speaker at the next SOCA Community Dialogue, and it will deal with my recent observations at the sexual offences courts in the Western Cape. This event will take place on the 25th of November 2023, and it will form part of the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children. Please register on the link below on Quicket and join us on Saturday 25th November 2023, either in person at the NPA DPP office at 115 Buitengracht Street in Cape Town, or online on the SOCA Community Dialogue pages on Facebook or YouTube. Don't forget to register and book your seat, and see you on 25th November 2023.
My name is Georgia Ridgway. I'm a matric student at Crawford International Lulusia and a Help a Girl campaign. This campaign helps to support underprivileged young girls at schools and in communities so that they do not miss out on any opportunities. Many girls cannot attend school due to their lack of menstrual products, or they end up turning to unsanitary methods such as using newspaper or dirty cloths as pads, which can lead to various health risks. The Help a Girl campaign has collected and distributed thousands of sanitary products to girls across the country, but now they need our help. Please, if you are able to sponsor any products, drop them off at your school and contact the campaign. You can also contact them using the number below or using the email on their website. Period poverty is not just a female issue, it is a global one. Boys' schools can also help the initiative by providing menstrual products. If you're not financially able to sponsor the campaign, you can still help. Use your social media platforms to spread the word about the campaign, and hopefully it will reach the right people. Visit the Help a Girl campaign website or follow any of their social media accounts to find out more about what they do. Menstrual health should not be a fight, it should be a given, but at the moment it is not, leaving millions of girls to suffer every month. Let us all work together to alleviate period poverty and support the Help a Girl campaign. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Dr. Wendell Norkia and I am a senior lecturer at the Department of Criminal Justice and Procedure at the Faculty of Law at the University of the Western Cape. I will be a guest speaker at the next SOCA Community Dialogue, and it will deal with my recent observations at the sexual offences courts in the Western Cape. This event will take place on the 25th of November 2023, and it will form part of the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children. Please register on the link below on Quicket and join us on Saturday 25th November 2023, either in person at the NPA DPP office at 115 Buitengracht Street in Cape Town, or online on the SOCA Community Dialogue pages on Facebook or YouTube. Don't forget to register and book your seat, and see you on 25th November 2023.
My name is Georgia Ridgway. I'm a matric student at Crawford International Lulusia and a supporter of the Help a Girl campaign. This campaign helps to support underprivileged young girls at schools and in communities so that they do not miss out on any opportunities. Many girls cannot attend school due to their lack of menstrual products, or they end up turning to unsanitary methods such as using newspaper or dirty cloths as pads, which can lead to various health risks. The Help a Girl campaign has collected and distributed thousands of sanitary products to girls across the country, but now they need our help. Please, if you are able to sponsor any products, drop them off at your school and contact the campaign. You can also contact them using the number below or using the email on their website. Period poverty is not just a female issue, it is a global one. Boys' schools can also help the initiative by providing menstrual products. If you're not financially able to sponsor the campaign, you can still help. Use your social media.
Sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to today's dialogue focusing on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Again, thank you so much for joining us on this special day. And we just also want to thank our online viewers for tuning in and supporting our dialogue today. And I just want to remind everyone that this session is recorded and will be available on our social media platforms, on Facebook, on YouTube, as well as our website, www.childmaintenance.org.za. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue our program, we have a very special guest. She's a regular, Dr. Kamel Jacobs, all the way from UWC, a senior lecturer from UWC Law School. And today she's just going to further explore the possible solutions to our maintenance courts in South Africa. And just a reminder that she has been publishing articles for the Daily Maverick, and she's also contributed and has been a regular speaker to conferences that have been held. There was one in the Northwest University, Fortier University, and she's also contributed to other maintenance conferences online. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome her back, Dr. Kamel Jacobs, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I don't have the benefit of slides there, so I'll try and, stay on point. Thank you so much for having me back. I'm particularly privileged to be here. I am particularly privileged to be here today because gender-based violence, oh, sorry, am I doing it wrong? Thank you. No. No. Better? Bongi did it wrong. unfortunately. Domestic violence the definition has recently been extended to include aspects that were not previously incorporated. Okay, so it's not just physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional, verbal, or psychological abuse, economic. It also includes economic abuse, intimidation, a whole host of other things. But what is new and which I really identify with is coercive behavior, or as I know it, coercive control. And what is a welcome addition as well is that the definition now includes exposure of a child to domestic violence, because very often children are privy to things that we haven't classified as anything up until recently. Now, you may be wondering why I highlighted some of the kinds of abuse in that definition, because I can identify with the ones that I've highlighted. I have been in a relationship with someone for over 23 years, and I didn't know that what I was experiencing actually has names. I can identify with sexual abuse, and not in the strict terms of the definition provided in the Domestic Violence Act. Mine was different. I had unprotected sex with someone who I trusted implicitly, but who also having unprotected sex with other women. So much so that when our marriage terminated, I had to have an STD test, a HPV test, and an HIV test. Because I couldn't trust him. After an absence of a number of months when we were sexually intimate, I started itching. This doesn't qualify in terms of the definition, but the humiliation of having been faithful to someone who was sleeping around, and women who could talk about how he was having unprotected sex with them proudly, is a humiliation. I'll never forget the day I had to go and have a blood test done. Sitting there at the pathologist's office with one of my daughters with me. She didn't know what was going on, of course. But the humiliation of having been faithful to someone and having to take those tests. Having to look a sister in the eye with her wondering, how do you look the way you do, but you're having this kind of test? I have encountered forms of emotional abuse. It's not your typical kind. He lied to me for years. Because I started dating him when I was 16 and he was all I knew, I believed everything he told me. When he told me that his mother treated him badly, I believed him. When he told me his brother and sister-in-law treated him badly, I didn't question anything that he told me. I believed him. I believed every lie that was spun. And do you know what that does to your relationship with other people? Because now you look at them through the lens that he has given you. You believe that they treat him badly, and it impacts on your ability to have relationships with these people. Nobody talks about what that does to you. You often wonder, you wish for better relationships with people, but all you have is him constantly creating narratives that impede your ability to have authentic connections with people. And then behind the scenes, he's creating narratives with them about you that serve as blockages. I later discovered that this is coerced control. Because what happens is he puts you in a position where you believe it's you and him against the world. You can't trust his mom. You can't trust this one because of how they treat him. You believe it. What reason do you have not to? He was my knight in shining armor. Meanwhile, he was bad-mouthing me behind my back to family members, to friends. And I never knew because I thought he was defending me. Psychological abuse. He knew I trusted him. He knew I came out of a broken home. He knew what our relationship meant to me, and he used it for his own benefit. He was always the victim. He still is. But what about legal abuse? Interestingly enough, legal abuse does not form part of the definition of domestic violence. My ex walked out on me 3 years ago, and I wanted to resolve things amicably without unnecessary legal fees. But then he started a legal battle that has been ongoing 3 years. His absences from country delayed the progress of our divorce. Then he agrees, then he changes his mind. Nobody thinks that that is abuse. But by the time the divorce was finalized, I was so fatigued that I couldn't fight for my children anymore. I couldn't fight for myself anymore because this has been going on for so long. Even in the summons that he had served, he accused me of psychological abuse, of being financially irresponsible and squandering our money. I remember how I cried the day I got that summons. Since then, I've discovered that nothing that he does is a surprise. Last year, in a moment of weakness, he had done something and I just got so angry and I lashed out. And I sent his mom and his girlfriend a WhatsApp. One WhatsApp. Next, I was served with an application for a domestic violence protection order because he needed to protect himself, his mother, and his girlfriend from me. This year, I had to defend myself in court on 2 occasions for sending one WhatsApp, for telling his mother how he cheated on me during our marriage, for telling her the truth. He applied for a protection order. One WhatsApp. This is to the woman who said to me, "You, my daughter, talk to me about things." And when I finally did, she didn't believe me. "Why are you only speaking up now?" And then I was served with that application, which fortunately was unsuccessful. But this isn't the first time he's abused the legal system. Previously, when he had an affair with a woman, her boyfriend contacted me and tried to warn me. He also took out a protection order against that guy and was successful, which is why he thought he could do it again. This is the kind of individual that I've been dealing with. When that guy phoned me, I didn't believe him because not my husband. We serve in church together. I've known him since we were 16. Only to discover that he was in a relationship with a woman for 2 years. On all the times he told me he was working night shift or overtime. The boyfriend eventually sent me a 92-page document with conversations between the two of them. It was so heart-wrenching to know that the person that I loved and I was sleeping next to could do that to me. Some of the conversations between the two of them were along the lines of, "Could your wife smell me on you?" These are things that I've only learned since my marriage terminated. But the humiliation that I have suffered and continue to suffer is abuse of another level. I've since had neighbors come forward and tell me he was entertaining women while you were at work, in my bed, in my home. It seems like everybody knew except me, because in my mind, he painted this picture of who he was. And I couldn't fathom or imagine that he would be capable of this life that he led. So just from this conversation alone, up until this point, I have been exposed to different kinds of abuse. They're not the physical kind that leave bruises and scars, at least not the physical kind. They are the kind of bruises and scars on my soul that will last a lot longer than a black eye. Because now, how do you trust anybody? Now I look at everybody through that lens. If someone can lie next to me and lie, someone who I've been committed to for 23 years, can I expect anything different from someone that I just meet? But I didn't want to speak about those kinds of abuse, although I have experience. I wanted to speak about economic abuse because it's a newer form of domestic violence. But it is so often overlooked because it doesn't come with bruises It doesn't come with tangible evidence. You look at me, you wouldn't say I'm the victim of financial economic abuse because I look a certain way. But economic abuse is very real. The definition includes unreasonable deprivation of economic or financial resource to which a complainant is entitled under law or which the complainant requires out of necessity. I just want to stop at the first part. Entitled to under law. I'm not asking you to maintain in the life of luxury. I am asking you to meet your financial obligations as set out by legislation. It's endorsed by legislation. That is seemingly a problem for many women who go to maintenance courts. And I'm going to say women, because women are disproportionately affected. So economic abuse is supposed to be a new and welcome addition. But can I be honest? I don't have that much faith in its inclusion, and I will explain why. Because there seems to be a hesitance, despite the fact that it's in the Act, there seems to be a hesitance in recognizing it because its impact is not very visible or evident. It's difficult to prove, and there are concerns about exploitation. So I get why people don't want to recognize economic abuse, but that does not mean it's not happening, or that the resources are not needed. So very often it is overlooked, but yet it is a form of domestic violence that impacts on children. And they have been expressly included within the definition of domestic violence. Economic abuse and child maintenance. If you have been where I have been, then you know that child maintenance issues involve economic abuse. In very limited instances, is it a case that the respondent is unable to provide? It's not about an inability. It's about an unwillingness. They just don't want to. They have the resources. They just don't feel like you are entitled to it. But it's not seen that way. Instead, it is viewed through the lens of child maintenance. And so a non-resident parent or the respondent refuses to meet their obligations. I am no stranger to post-separation financial or economic abuse. And recently, as I've been studying this, I've become aware of the fact that it doesn't just manifest post-separation. There were signs all along that we overlook. I certainly discovered that it was always there, but I never saw it. So how did it start for me? Paying for dates when I was still a student. That's how it started. Paying for presents. He was working, but he never had money. I was the student, but somehow I always had money. giving him extravagant gifts, paying for holidays that he benefited for and which he has now since called extravagant. After you've benefited from the holiday that I paid for, you are saying it was extravagant. So why did you get on the boat? Literally. Taking out a loan to pay for our wedding, which I paid back alone. It should have been a sign. We weren't in it together. But I didn't see it. Why not? Because it's for us. That's the lie I told myself. It's for us. Assuming the biggest share of the financial responsibility in the home. You give a contribution for the bond, but I cover food, school fees, medical aid, groceries. Just that alone. Electricity, the municipal account, insurance. You pay for one thing. Believing him when he told me that loans were erroneously taken out against his name. I was an idiot. People gifted him things. No evidence. His bank account was hacked. Giving 1 day's notice at work to pursue another job, but then leaving with 28,000 Rand in expenses that I had to cover the next month. Just his 28,000. But he went to work away for our family. Yeah. The family who's now not benefiting from his working away. Taking out a second bond to pay off his loans. He took out 4 loans secretly in excess of 100,000. To this day, he cannot tell me what he spent the money on, but it never came into the home. Taking over the finances because he was so bad at it. Paying his tithes, making sure that the bills, the money was enough, and then being an ATM for him when he ran out. I later discovered that the fuel that he needed me to give was so that he can go and see his girlfriend. Yeah, I suppose in her defense, she was in her 20s at the time and quite acrobatic sexually. As compared to me, he used the word, "You're vanilla." Yeah. But apparently, if you like Neapolitan, you'll eat anything. Believing his lies about working overtime, working in locations where he couldn't be reached for the weekend, but yet every month there was a clerical error because he wouldn't get paid. There was always a story. Then when he was stuck overseas during lockdown, I saved 200K. It was his salary, but it was for the family's benefit. Because who do you think was doing all the parenting while he was away? We planned to do home renovations. We decided to put in a pool for the kids. We chose the shape of the pool, the tile cladding for around the pool. He was there when the pool was delivered and it had to be lifted over, the gate to get where it needed to be. And then with the hole dug in the backyard, he decided he was done. So we'd already paid 2/3 of the payment. What was I left to do? If I say to the people, cover the hole, that money would be gone. So while he could just walk away, I had to oversee the completion of the project. And for the past 3 years, I've had to maintain that pool, buy chemicals, have it cleaned when this broke or that broke. What the heck do I know about a pool? But he could just walk away. At the time, we were also renovating the cupboards in our bedroom so that he could have more space. He left me just like that, in the midst of renovations. And what did I have to do? I had to see the project through to completion. He has a record of agreeing to things and then changing his mind, like the pool. A pool is not something you decide to overnight, but apparently you can decide to end your marriage overnight. If I look back, I always gave more than 50%. Maybe that should have been the indication. In terms of parenting, in terms of finances, and he's so used to exploiting me because I'm a giving person that he still expects that even now. When we purchased the house that I live in, we didn't get a full bond, and I had to then take out a pension-supported housing loan against my pension to cover extra 10%, which I paid alone. Even though he left me, I'm still paying off that second bond for the expenses I incurred to cover his debt. He walked away, but I'm still paying. So the conclusion, when I reflect upon how I got here, is maybe I was gullible, naive, stupid. But like I said, I justified it because I was doing it for us. I thought we were in a boat together. I didn't realize that I was rowing alone and he was drilling holes with his genitals. But the point is, that was my reality. Post-separation abuse is different from the previous stuff, because the previous stuff you don't notice, you're not aware, but now you see it for what it is. So what does it look like? Oh, sorry. Ignoring requests for child maintenance. My ex is brilliant at that one. Ignoring all emails related to financial obligations. My medical aid is depleted, so I have to buy the twins' medication. I send him the receipt. So I've already spent the money. But then I have to send numerous emails asking for a refund so that I can buy the next medication. Currently, their medication for the month is 3,000. Not contributing timeously, saying that they will contribute, but then refusing to do so at a later stage, psychological abuse. Denying their obligations, even in the presence of a court order. There is a court order that says that my ex must pay fuel. He hasn't paid fuel for 2 years, but miraculously, my children get to school. They get to all their commitments. They haven't missed anything. He hasn't been here to drive them. He knows they go there, but somehow it's not his responsibility, even though there's a court order saying that it is. lying about finances, pleading poverty. During mediation last year, a calculation was done. His pro rata contribution to the girl's expenses was 62%, and mine is 38%. But somehow, he's currently not even covering 50% of their expenses every month. So he works away, earns double what I earn, but gives least amount possible. And even what he is obligated to pay, I have to beg him to reimburse me. Deciding that some expenses no longer apply to him. He's like, I'm done. That dog that we got, that I agreed to take full responsibility for, I'm not contributing anymore. I'm like, okay. But is the dog not in the same category as our children? Apparently not. He hasn't provided food, veterinary care, or anything for that dog in a year because he just decided it's no longer his responsibility. Currently, my eldest daughter refused to go to him because he's moved in with his girlfriend and her children. Every time she refuses to go, he saves because he's now only having to provide for one child instead of two. But there's no extra set my way, either to buy her McDonald's, take her to a movie. He's taking the other one. The other one comes home and talks about all the things she got. And there's no consideration for the child who stayed behind. She's being punished for refusing to go to him. Things are currently so bad between the two of them that she will not even allow him to give her a lift home from school, which is 5 minutes away. So I drive my kids when he's here and when he's not here. On the days that the other twin is with him, I still have to drive to school to fetch my eldest daughter. She doesn't even trust her dad for that 5 minutes to bring her home. The relationship has deteriorated so much because they constantly fight, and then he blames her because she's the problem. She can't stand up for her convictions, then she's the problem. She cannot identify manipulative behavior and speak out about it, then she's the problem. My daughter has endured this for 2 years. And I cannot tell you how many times she has phoned me from his house. Mommy, can you come fetch me? Eventually, I had to say to her, my angel, you need to ask yourself, is this good for you? Because I cannot be fetching you every 2 weeks. Sometimes it starts on the day that she goes to him. He fetches her on the Thursday, and the Thursday evening, the child is hysterical. It was so bad one day, I had to sit on the phone with her until almost midnight to calm her down. It was so bad, I had to say to him, can you please go to my brother who lives close to you and ask him for medication so that she can calm down and sleep. The next morning, I had to go and fetch her because her eyes were so bloodshot she couldn't go to school. This is what my daughter has had to deal with, and she's the problem. I've had to send her for extra therapy this year to navigate her relationship with him. Guess at whose expense? I'm having to pay for something that he broke. He's covering 50%, but the point is, I never broke it, but I'm constantly having to fix things. And then I always have to be told, I can't reimburse you. My young daughter also started therapy, the special program that the elder one did. And I said to him, it would be good for her, for the place that she's in, to help her transition things better. And his response was, it's a good idea, but I can reimburse you in February. There's always something. My question is, with my lesser salary, how do I keep on covering expenses for things that you ultimately benefit from, because it helps the child with you, but you can't even pay your part when it arises? Sorry, I got off track there. So what is my story, my economic abuse? I took out those loans. No. When he moved out, what was left from our savings after the pool was paid and after the cupboards were put in, he said to me, give me the rest of the savings, you keep the house, because the girls need stability. He's since changed his tune about that, but he said to me, give me the 100K, I will get an apartment for me and the girls so that they have their own space. We're still waiting. The 100K is gone. He moved in with his mother, and the girl and him had to share a room for the past 3 years whenever they were with him. In my home, they've always had a room of their own to share. And this year, because they are in grade 7, we were advised that they need their own space. So I had to move them to separate rooms, get them desks and things to help them at my expense. It's all at my expense. Everything that these children need is at my expense because I conceived them alone. Refusing to pay the tutor that he employed. Refusing to pay the housekeeper that he employed. Not paying the housekeeper's bonus for 2 years. But she keeps standing in for him because she's there to assist when he's not. That it was her role. And when he moved out, he said to her, I want you to raise my children until they are 18. Nothing will change. You don't have to look for other employment. But for 2 years, this woman has begged for her bonus. It got so bad that we had to threaten him with legal action. And it's not even the whole bonus, people, only his half. So I, who earn less, have been paying her bonus, even if it meant that I went without. But apparently she's working solely for my benefit, even though I am there raising my children. She turned down so many job opportunities out of loyalty. During lockdown, she did not leave me alone. She could have gone home to her children. Yes, they're adults, but she could have done that. But she stayed during hard lockdown so that I could help manage the situation. But he won't even honor the sacrifices that she makes for his children. This woman has become a grandmother to my children. When they want something from the corner shop and mommy doesn't have money, I'll ask Auntie Sally. And then Auntie Sally takes them. She pays for them. And she walks with them like a grandmother would. But he cannot honor the person that she is. It's not about me. Look at what she sacrifices for your children. And to me, that says more about him than it does about her. Refusing to cover dog's expenses. He got the dog. Max hasn't been vaccinated for 3 years since he moved out because I just couldn't cover the expense. Lately, he had a skin condition and I had to change his dog food from the Checkers kind to the fancy kind because, like my housekeeper says, if something happens to Max, gaan ons begrafenis hou. We're going to have a funeral. And she wants to avoid that at every cost. So recently, I incurred 2,000 just for vaccinations for Max and medication for his skin condition. But I've also been covering the more expensive dog food alone. Apparently, there are people who can turn their back on their responsibilities and walk away as those responsibilities never existed. I've seen it with the housekeeper, I've seen it with the dog, and I've seen it with how my ex treats my eldest daughter. Whenever she asks for anything, he says no. But when her twin sister asks, she gets it. Unilaterally deciding to no longer pay maintenance, denying requests pertaining to one child but not the other. It has gotten so bad that I have to cover the elder twins' expenses because she's not the favorite. Wanting to benefit, but without any contribution. My girls have both received scholarships for high school, sports scholarships. But the conditions of their scholarship mean that they need to go to training 5 times a week, but I can't afford to take them. Fuel, work commitments. My eldest got the scholarship first because she got Western Province colors in athletics. But how do you think she got to all of those events? He benefits because now he doesn't have to pay school fees for the next few years. But he wouldn't even contribute to fuel to get them where they need to be. And he won't avail himself in terms of time to take them there either because he's busy, even though he doesn't work when he's in the country for 6 weeks straight. Going from paying 14K in maintenance per month to 3K for no legitimate reason. That one went on for 8 months. Refusing to disclose salary slips during this maintenance inquiry and mediation. Apparently, it's a breach of his contract. He may not disclose that. Blocking attempts to get maintenance. Yeah, his attorney did a really good job. He's still doing the same job, by the way. Refusing to contribute to fuel expenses for extramural activities. Refusing to pay school fees. Yes, he stopped paying school fees for a whole year for his favorite child. Me, with my less salary, was paying the other child's school fees alone. But then when summons was issued, it was directed at both us, because we are the younger childs. Both of us are her parents. So I had to deal with that as well. So he was paying the minimal amount of maintenance, but he couldn't even pay for one child's educational needs, which is not a luxury. It's a necessity. Refusing to pay half the fuel, even though it's expressly provided for in the divorce order. Making promises to the kids that he doesn't keep. We're going to get our own place. But recently, that story changed for the third time, and now he's moving with his girlfriend. I'm going to take you away on holiday. Guess what happened? Like he used to do in our marriage, he used to say, I'm going away with this friend. And then he takes his girlfriends away. Sometimes to 5-star hotels or guest houses in Paternoster, when I am getting 3,000 in maintenance. He spent more on 2 nights away with a side piece than what he spent on his children in a month. Constantly pleading poverty, ignoring requests for reimbursements. But what about the abuse my children have suffered, the financial abuse? They lost out on 100K in the apartment that he promised them. It's gone. That was a promise he made to them. From January to September, he paid insufficient maintenance in the amount of 45,000. From October 2021 to May 2022, I lost maintenance in the amount of 136,000. From June 2022 to July, I lost 140,000. And since the divorce has been finalized, I am losing an amount of 8,000 Rand every month in maintenance for my children. And every month, that amount just increases. His pro rata cash contribution based on his income was calculated at 20,000 Rand a month. He currently only gives 12. Where do you think the other 8 is coming from? What have I lost? Legal fees for a divorce that dragged on for 3 years, 184,000. And yet, in terms of the divorce order, I need to pay him out because he has no assets. He squandered everything. And because I was the more financially responsible person, my estate grew and I need to pay him out. The debts I've incurred, just on my credit card alone, 150,000. I can't afford my kids' medication. I can't afford fuel. So where do you think it's coming from? This is the reality. The total losses that I suffered and which I continue to suffer is 819,000. What the girls and I have lost in maintenance just in the last 3 years is 1.2 million. I actually sat down and did the calculation. And the reason why I wanted to speak about economic abuse is because it's not visible. Women are impoverished. It's gender-based violence. Maybe there are no physical bruises, but there are financial bruises that some women never recover from. I'm not the only woman. There are so many single mothers who are fighting to make ends meet, having to take responsibility, sole financial responsibility for children that they did not conceive alone. This is not a new phenomenon, people. It just recently got a name, though. And yet it continues. And this is the thing that we need to break the silence about. This is the thing we need to break the silence about. Maintenance is not a luxury. The sad reality is that in my case, that pro rata calculation is made based on actual financial evidence, on the children's actual expenses, which he contributed to. He gave numbers as well. So it's not like I thumbsucked an amount and it's my amount alone. It was a combined amount. But somehow he can decide that he doesn't want to play. And this is the sad reality for many women, which keeps them impoverished in this country. And sadly, it's a cycle that just gets perpetuated because we are not speaking out about it. We want to speak about women that are physically abused and murdered because, that is sensationalized. But nobody wants to speak about financial abuse and the kind of abuse that are invisible. The fact that you can't see it is more reason to talk out about it. There are remedies available. There's the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, where you can ask for financial relief. But here's the problem. Whenever there's an allegation of economic abuse, what do these domestic violence magistrates do? If they see that it's related to maintenance, they pass the buck. And so it's not their problem. And we all know what the backlog at the maintenance court looks like. So when is that ever going to be heard? Never. I recently had to submit 2 complaints against my ex-husband for failing to comply with the divorce order that he agreed to in July this year. I had to lay a criminal complaint as well as a civil complaint for non-compliance. But here's the thing. How long before those complaints get attention? How long before the matter is even heard? Or will he do what he did last time and block every attempt because he's a victim? Not his children, him. Poor him. He earns all that money, tax-free in US dollars, but poor him. He's out of the country half the year, doesn't have to do the parenting, and doesn't want to be bothered with parenting while he's away. I was told in an email, please limit your emails to 2 a week regarding the kids. No comment. So because we have a system that is not accepting any responsibility, and I'm not saying that it's all intentional. Some of it is because the system is overburdened, etc. There are aspects where magistrates are passing the buck, but there are the maintenance side. It's that just the capacity. They don't have the capacity to deal with the number of complaints currently in this country. And what happens? The economic abuse continues, and the non-resident parent gets off scot-free. So what conclusions can I reach? The Domestic Violence Amendment Act is of limited assistance. The magistrate system or the maintenance system is useless. There's civil litigation, but who money for that? We're all just trying to survive here. What is the end result? We tell ourselves one of three things. It's just not worth it. I don't have the energy. I will rather spend my available energy on finding other avenues to provide for my child or children. I just don't have the energy for the maintenance system. I don't have the fight in me. And so what happens? The abuse just keeps continuing. And this has been going on for generations. And that's why you have so many single parents raising children alone. Because somewhere in our culture, men have stopped taking accountability for their actions. They can walk away. They can walk away. And the system allows them to do so. And so I feel like there's an extra responsibility on single mothers, who are raising sons, not to perpetuate the cycle. I know I'm teaching my daughters to take responsibility for your actions. Own your part in something. So to answer the question, clearly, we are doing enough. But the question is, who should be the doing? We can speak here month in, month out about the challenges that a disproportionate part of our population encounter. But until magistrates man up and deal with economic or financial abuse when it is in front of them, without passing the buck, and if the justice system doesn't overhaul its maintenance system in the near future, gender-based violence, as we see it, will just keep increasing, and in a few years, we're going to need to increase or amend the definition of domestic violence to accommodate more kinds of abuse, but without actually addressing the underlying problems. Next, we're going to need to amend that definition to include legal abuse. Just watch. I see it on the cards. But all of these legislative measures are getting us nowhere unless we actually amend the systems in place that need to address the problem. And that is where government, sadly, lacks accountability. It will not accept responsibility for where we currently are as a nation. Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Jacobs, thank you so much for your courage, for your vulnerability. I always say you just have a way of giving women language for their experiences. So thank you so much for that. I know it's challenging for a woman of your caliber to stand here and be vulnerable, but you are a voice, and thank you so much. Unfortunately, because of time, we're not going to do Q&A session until after our last speaker. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, a woman of wisdom and someone who's been faithfully attending these dialogues in person and online. It's an absolute privilege, Ms. Osman, to have you here today. really, we are blessed to have you grace our stage today. Ms. Osman is an ex-magistrate. She's going to be giving us an observation of the criminal justice system and the law process. And her talk is titled Law, the Healer, Why Law? And she's just going to give us an experience as an ex-magistrate in the family courts. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm hand of applause to ex-magistrate Katrina Osman, please?
Yes. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. Can I please request something? I'm going to take some liberties now. Can I ask you all to just stand up a little bit, please? Really. We've had a very heavy session right now. And I want us just to stretch and shake ourselves out and sit down. You can see I'm an old trainer. So let's just do this for ourselves. Because we had a lot of very heavy energy. We need to get rid of some of that. Thank you. If you're feeling a little bit better, you can sit down. All right. Thank you. All right. I feel as if I'm being indulged a little bit after having some really big informative sessions today. And this is something very close to my heart, which I'm going to talk to you about now. So if you feel abused by my, my talk, I apologize from the outset. So before I even start, I have a challenge for Mr. Reuters of the NPA. I would like you to develop a flow chart for maintenance to put out to the people of South Africa. Simple flow chart. Don't quote the act, just tell people what to do. So that's my challenge. And then I have a challenge for every one of us, including myself. We don't have 16 days of activism. We have 365 days of activism. Don't talk to me about a month or half month of activism for women and children. It's nonsense. It's every day. So if it means that you are in a supermarket and you see this talent, you say to her, Mama, how are you doing? I'm fine. Do you have children? Yes. Are you married? No. Okay. So is he paying maintenance? You know, speak to them about how to get maintenance. That's your contribution. I do it. I'm not the news. I can't be bothered. I will tell people this is what you do. Have you done this, this, and this? Do you have an idea? You know when it was? Yes. Great. You go to the court next week and you take ID, birth certificates, this, that, along with you. You go to this place and you tell them you want maintenance. Just do that. That's your contribution. We don't have the right to sit with information that we have because we're in these esteemed organizations or departments or whatever, and not talk to our petrol yogi or our lady who sits at the teller about how to make their lives better. That's not what I said. I'm sorry. My job is to see that lady gets to the maintenance and gets the maintenance from the father. Even when she says, hey, but he's contributing. He's contributing when he's got the money. And I say, when he hasn't got the money, how do the children eat? You get a maintenance order. Okay? And sometimes it really just means that you have to be as bold and spoken like that. So I want us to think about it, and for the younger ones here, this is especially aimed at you. Think about an era where law, the mere word law was hated. Eh? where the law was used to herd people of color into townships. Ne? All of us, where I was, I can tell you that, where you remove people off the land and farm for generations and feed their families just because they were of the wrong color, they had to be taken off the land. Where people were made to carry a little pass bookie so they could use the street. Nee? That was law. When I had to step off the pavement because I'm not white, and there was a white person coming on, a person of a lighter hue was coming on towards me, you step off into the road so that that person can get off. Okay? That's the law. Or where people get thrown out of their home onto the side part at farms with all this stuff around them because they were no longer permitted to live on the farms. Yeah? So, and then the same law made us hate the skin color we were born into because we were black. We weren't allowed to live. I grew up, I was born in Kloof Street at number 75 Kloof Street. The day he moved us, my father died in a manner that his soul died. So I know what that means like. So now imagine telling your father when I'm his firstborn, he's going to have a doctor in the family. And I say to him, no, I'm going to be a lawyer. You have never seen such anger on a parent's face. My father dreamt of being a doctor to bring babies into the world, to heal the sick, and to look after him, of course. But you see, my father had very few brushes with the law. The one that he did have was he was standing going down towards Orange Street, and he was standing at the top of a side street, and his car brakes failed. And he slammed into a car in front of him. Those cars all slammed into one another, 11 cars. And he had to pay. There was no such thing as insurance. He hated lawyers, absolutely hated lawyers. And when I was telling my father this was 1976, don't try and calculate my age. I can tell you that you don't have to calculate. And we were rocking and rolling and toy-toying up Wellsmith. I don't think we do it anymore, but toy-toying and being shot at. I'm the UWC student, by the way. And I remember standing on campus and the rector said, none of you move off this campus. And I looked at this and I thought, I'm not staying here. And I turned around. This young soldier put his gun against my body, just here. And I looked at him, he would have been older than me. We were the same age. And I walked. He looked at me in my eye, and I think he would have shot. But because there were a lot of people around, I got away with it. And I found my way all the way back. So the law was extremely unpopular. Ne? And of course, I had my sense of guilt because I failed my father. I failed my community. I had very little numeric ability. I couldn't do science. I couldn't do math. I still can't do science. I can do a bit of maths now. But I could read. And I loved reading. And I loved listening to stories as well. So, I had no idea what lawyers did. My social context, we didn't have lawyers in our family. We didn't know what lawyers did. I didn't care what lawyers did. And then, with our schooling, you know, you spoke about Rebbe, you spoke about people of the lighter skin color who achieved things. People of color were nurses. For goodness sake, especially they were women. And if they were guys, they were teachers. So Who's a lawyer? What's a lawyer? I had no idea. So I was very tormented, but I studied. I didn't do very, very well. Then one of my fellow students, a Indian guy, got killed on campus. I dropped out. That was it. It broke my back. Got married, had 2 children, worked at job after job after job, and decided when I was working as a office manager at the Legal Resources Center, and they all teased me. They said to me, "Yeah, you with a half a degree, you know, look at you, now you're an office manager." And then one of the guys that we had taken on, they came to do a year's, I think like a scholarship that they did there. And he said, I was writing out a check for 900 rand for an advocate, and I don't remember the name, but I'm not going to mention the name, for a letter that she had written, a letter. And I said to him, how can she charge us 900 rand? And he said, "Take your bookie, climb up your hut and go and finish your degrees. Then you can also charge 900 rand." And said to him, "Don't speak to me like that, I'm your boss." And I was like, I did go back. Went back, and I studied at night for my first degree, finished my degree. I got a distinction in Latin, by the way. And then the next year they said, "You don't need Latin anymore." Never forgive them for that. Forgive them for that. I loved Latin. Got a distinction in. Also got a distinction of art means. Tell you that. And made of her German West. So, why was I so disappointed after all the degrees, the admission, and everything? Because lawyers are known as sharks. They eat you alive. We are all bad. And my need to heal was there with me all the time. And of course, I'm sure my father's spirit was saying, because by then he died. When I had my second child, 3 months after my child was born, he died. I think he died of a broken heart, quite frankly. He had lived inclusively 57 years before we were removed. So there it is. And I started getting into trouble with my body. My joints used to hurt. We could see a physiotherapist, and as luck would have it, I went to see this lady called Cheryl Hewlett. She is the most amazing woman. She believes that each one of our cells keeps memories. All our memories are held in our cells. And I remember when I went to her one day, she touched my elbow and I was crying. No idea what I was crying about. And she said, "Whose voice are you hearing?" And I said, "It's my grandmother's voice." And of course, the fact that I've had a very bad childhood is not for discussion here. And she said, "Let's deal with that. Go back for another session," and start crying again. I cry a lot of times in therapy, just because I can, because I'm paying that person. And then I spoke to her, "Why am I not enjoying being a lawyer? What is it?" So we spoke about, and I said, my father wanted me to be a doctor. He wanted me to heal people. He wanted me to deliver babies. By the way, I did deliver babies, and that's what's worse. I did a nursing program. And where did I get stuck in? The delivery room. We delivered babies. It was wonderful. And then when they said, "Are you going to work night shift?" And I said, "No, thank you." It was me done in the nursing avenue. And then Cheryl Hewlett said to me, "But Pratima, don't you see that when you do law, you are healing?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "No, law can be used to heal. You can use the law to separate people and, destroy relationships and so on. But good law, the law that you do with the heart, is meant to heal." And it was like a light went on. And I realized that if I was going to enjoy the rest of my career, I had to wake up to the fact that I could actually use the law to heal. It was a huge, I can't explain, it's like, till now, I get goose flesh. Yvonne Mogoro was one of my professors. She was such a wonderful person. And when she told her story of having a baby on her back and being thrown in the back of a police van, I feel what she was feeling. She was suffering through that, but she studied and she continued, and we all know where her future was. So, unlike Justice Mogoro, I've done other work. So, there were people who introduced me to the notion of mediation long before I became a lawyer. So I met with Professor Kamlesh Kerr. She was an ADR specialist at UWC. I met with an advocate called Johan Kotzier, who was the first person to set up an arbitration and mediation firm in South Africa. So I think I'm like a sponge now. When I see things coming at me, I want to absorb. So when I realized that I actually can enjoy being a lawyer, I decided to open myself to whatever work I could do. So in that line, I've worked in the land, as if to pay for my sins, in the Land Claims Commission. We were removed, but I sat with clients and cried. And when I heard these stories that they had been removed, and one story sticks with me, and I promise I'm not going to cry. This gentleman who had filed a claim was a teacher. His father was illiterate. They lived in Malmesbury, and they were removed. One day, apparently, some official came to them and said, "You are moving," and so and so. I know we were given 24 hours to move out of our place. 24 hours after 57 years. The old man asked if he could stay with his son. And they said, yes, he could. But his furniture couldn't fit into that home. So his furniture stood outside and got destroyed. He sat outside on a chair a month and he died. He died. And I cried with them because how do you ever make peace with that? Or with a person who was 90 odd years old when you go down into Rylands, you go into the colored area beyond, and I can't remember the area now. They pleaded for the land. And we went to court on this thing. And the court judged against him. The man died. Because you can't make peace with that. So we can see that law can be used to abuse people. It has been done in South Africa for hundreds of years. Law can also be used for political purposes, to bully people. And I'm not talking about children now, to bully people with all their brains about them, to bully them. It also can be used to cause division. And it can be used to justify the unjustifiable. Just like we had in the apartheid laws. You make a law just for Sobukwe. Just for Sobukwe. We justify. The law is there. That is why he's going to be put on Robben Island. We who are lawyers now have the privilege of doing that kind of work, the hard work. You can choose whether you want to be that kind of lawyer, the letter lawyer, who says, no, the letter of the law says X, it's going to be X, and doesn't take the social context of that person into account. So, in this light, I've worked, as I said, with land claim matters. I've worked with training magistrates, other magistrates, on social context. Because when our constitution came in, it spoke about social context. What does social context mean? You're supposed to give a judgment, take that person's social context into account. What does that mean? We did exercises by taking magistrates into mosques, into churches, into, what's a Jewish temple called? Synagogues. Taking them into synagogues, taking them to clubs, taking them into gay clubs, so they can see what it means when you are gay. You're not inhuman, you're different. So what? Social context. You can't look at somebody and say, you know, that Indian, she knows how to swindle her way. You can't. You have to ask the questions. As a mixed magistrate, believe me, asking questions of somebody will teach you more about that person than making your own assumptions. Remember, your assumptions come loaded with your own life baggage. So you have to have the idea of asking the questions, finding out this person who is saying to me he stole a loaf of bread. Why did he steal a loaf of bread? Did he have food that day? What happened? Only then can you actually deal with justice. So, I've also worked, by the way, with prison inmates. So, I've worked with the Judicial Inspectorate of Prisons, where you literally go into the prisons and you can speak to the inmate and go and find out what's happening. Who are they becoming? What is their background? What are they complaining about? That the food has got, or rather, soos hulle sê in Afrikaans, die meel het vleis in, meaning there are worms in the food. Nee, die meel het vleis in. I've also done domestic violence matters. So after I did my stint with training magistrates on HIV and social context and land and all of that, I went to the Cape Town court and I was taken on as a contract magistrate. And what did I do? Domestic violence matters. My first case, by the way, was this man came in, he had sunglasses on and it was warm and he had the scarf around his neck. And I asked him, are you okay? And he said, yes, I'm fine. I said, did you make application? I'm thinking, I'm making application. See how much education I needed. And he says, yes, I'm gay. And he took off his scarf and they were, what do they call, strangulation marks. And his eye was black. His partner had beaten him. That was my first case. I'll never forget it. So it shows that we should open ourselves to understanding that human rights abuses are human rights abuses, where you're pink, gray, white, lilac, I don't care. Okay? And there's no one sector of the population that's more prone or less prone. It's for everybody, and right across the board. By the way, I must also just say, and I don't know if I mentioned this, Mr. Reiters, that after I did my magistrate's work, I won a scholarship. Went to Georgetown University. And then found out that they've got exactly the same problems. But you know what? They have the luxury of having one magistrate or one lower court judge for every family. So whatever happens to that family in crisis, that family will be seen to by that one judge. What a luxury. What a wonderful luxury. But their centers, their NPOs for domestic violence deal with exactly the same stuff. So, and of course the contract was you come back and you work in your country, and I did. Others didn't, I did. Then when I worked at Justice, I worked with the Child Justice Act and the Children's Court, Children's Act. And I've been very lucky. I met people from other countries who had heard about the Child Justice Act and Children's Courts, and they don't have something like that. If you're 12 and you commit a crime, you get dealt with as an adult. That is why in America, you still have children being sent away for long terms in custody. And when they are adults, they get put in another form of custody. So it does happen, all right? And for instance, in Nepal, who were thrilled with our child justice centers. I don't know if you know what the Child Justice Center is. A Child Justice Center is a combination of National Prosecuting Authority, social workers, Department of Education, all of those housed under one system. They wanted to know, how on earth do we do that? They don't have social workers. Nepal doesn't have social workers. They've never heard of social workers. So we learn from them. They learn from us. It's very important that we understand that as South Africans, we are part of an international body of law. What we do here in our courts and in our systems and in talking like this reflects elsewhere. You never know when an international person picks up one of these dialogues and looks at it. It's very important that we understand that the law we practice here is international and it's taught internationally. So above the Children's Court and child justice matters, I've also dealt with criminal matters. And I know I fell out of, what word? Out of favor. Thank you very much. When I would rather prefer the parties to this particular crime where the father hit the son and broke his finger for mediation. Alternative, instead of putting father in jail, and I was told, go to trial, get your figures up. I couldn't. So they very quickly took me out of criminal court and said, no, put you in maintenance. Go and do. And even when they put me in domestic violence, I said, I'm not doing that kind of domestic violence. I want to do the domestic violence where I have a chance to speak to every applicant, because we don't do it like that anymore. There are too many. You stand, you rubbish. I refused. So they said, go to maintenance. And that's what I did. I've also done community court matters. And I think a lot of our possibilities in our criminal system or in our justice system lies in community courts. Why? You have the opportunity to nip problems in the bud. There's a mother who comes to court and says, this, my child is using drugs. He's stolen this from me. You check with the child. He says, yes, I did. I said, what do you want to do? What do you want to do out of this? And you send them off to social workers. You send them off for mediation. You send them off for training, family, on how to be a family, for instance. And I think there's a lot of possibility there. And then, of course, maintenance court matter. Maintenance is my baby. I enjoy maintenance because I always say, don't mess with the women and the children. Don't mess with them. They are the future of your country. Don't mess with them. And the child has to eat. The child must get educated. In the same way, I've said to help a girl to dream and to achieve. Show them how. Make it practical. Don't tell me I must dream. If I was still dreaming, I'd still be at home with 2 kids. That's how good or bad it would be. Tell me how to do it. So, I'm now the trained mediator. And for me, it means that I can bring all the threads of all my learning so far. And I hope I don't stop learning. Because for me, I really have to learn something every day. So I want to bring all the threads of my learning together and still be compassionate towards people. Nee? So Mediation in our democratic dispensation can be used to stop some of the negative effects of litigious processes in our courts. You know, lawyers are meant to not want to even look at each other once a case is done. That's not what we aim for in South Africa. I don't really care about the rest of the world, and this is my country. Okay, although I'm still first generation Inkomeling, soos hulle sê. My father was from India. I'm a first generation after he was born, but I don't know any other country. I only know this country. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, law is meant to heal relationships, to find common ground where seemingly none exists. And the reason we think none exists is because we start off there and we forget that maybe some of the interests are the same. Maybe some of the values we have are the same. Do you know what I mean? So we have to find, if we're going to survive as a country, more responsive ways to live together. And I suggest that because we are people and we're going to have issues with one another, that mediation is the way to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, I know it's late in the afternoon, but I quickly just want to respond to Magistrate Osman's question regarding the maps to lay out the flow, to lay out the maintenance process. A few years ago, the NPA developed what we call process maps. So there are process maps that are available, but those ones are the ones that we use to train public prosecutors and maintenance officers. And it's unfortunate. Yeah. And it's unfortunately at a high level with all these sections and all of it. And you said you want one simple just to explain the process. So there are process maps that the NPA is using in their training of the public prosecutors. Incidentally, we used it this week. I was part of the online training of public prosecutors for the Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo province, and some of them are online. I've seen some of them are online. So the NPA do have process maps that we use in our training. What I can do is I'll try, that's my challenge that you put to me. So what I will do is I'll see if I can just make the process maps in some beautiful slides. And if we do have some time next, or the 9th of December is our last NPA dialogue. And if I get an opportunity, then I will show it. Else, it will be part of the handout. The 9th of December, we will have it. Tula, I will make sure that it is there. I'll send you. Process map is it's it's like mapping out in picture form that this is where you start. There's a board building, that's where you must go. All of that, that's process maps. Now the NPA with some organizations develop these process maps. I'll send it to you, let you see how it looks like, because you look so confused. But we do have these process maps that we use in our training, but it's got a lot of sections and regulations to explain all of it, which will confuse the normal person and it will confuse you. So we'll need to make it better. So I'll make sure that we get that. But yes, there are process maps that is to make it more open to the public. Maybe we must reduce it one level further, and I will then commit myself to the 9th of December. It will be part of the handout. Say something. I can't understand. Oh, okay.
Wow. So awesome. Thank you so much, Magistrate Osman. Thank you so much. So inspiring. For a second, I was like, law that actually has the ability to heal. Maybe I should study law. Maybe, but no. Thank you so much for thank you so much for that inspiring talk. We really appreciate it. So our final speaker for the day is Dr. Windal Nokia. He has been supporting our dialogues for this whole year. Thank you so much. I don't know if family law is your specialty, but I do appreciate the fact that you just make time to be here, and it really shows that you really care about people, about justice, about family, and we do appreciate that. For those who don't know, Dr. Nakia is a senior lecturer at UWC, and he has been doing such an incredible job this year, assisting his final year students and giving them access to the court. So basically just taking them to the court so that they can have a practical understanding of the criminal justice system. And also he also facilitated observation sessions, and his final year students also got to meet High Court senior judges, including Justice Vincent Saldana, who was part of the DWT versus MT judgment. But today he's here to just share about his observation in the Paru sexual offences courts, because he's also obviously been observing or taking his students to that as well. So he's going to share his observations on those proceedings and how they apply protective measures in the sexual court. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Windal Nokia, please.
Thank you so much, Bongi. Can you hear me at the back? Yes. Thank you so much, Advocate Reuters as well. And it's an awesome privilege to be here. I'm not going to be long. I just share my experience at the Paru Regional Court, the sexual offences division there. It's a court. There's also an intermediary room with a TV there, CCTV. So I'll explain some of my experiences there. Also some of the experiences of the students. So in terms of gender-based violence, you can now look at the slides. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's some stats there. Gender-based violence is scourge in our country. It's a pandemic. President Ramaphosa has mentioned that. Huge numbers, 40,000 rapes a year, 13,000 sexual offences between July and September this year alone, 1,100 women and children killed. So it's bad. So we know what the situation is in our country, but what are we doing about it? Thank you so much, Magistrate Osman, for mentioning earlier. We have to go out. So we have to go out to the petrol station. Yeah. And it's actually interesting. I was at the petrol station. I didn't even think that I knew I was a lawyer, but she came to me for legal advice. I was just shocking. The engine. We can't get the G-related lights. And she just came to me. And it was just amazing how she just thought, oh, this person probably might know how to help me. And we have a law clinic at the University of the Western Cape. I told her, you must go there. They will be able to help you. It wasn't a maintenance matter. But so I actually went to the Paris Sexual Offences Court this week as well, past week. We were sitting in a case. I was, with my students and I, we were given permission to sit in camera. The magistrate must give you permission, so we are as a friend of the court. I was also on my own there once, and I was in a rape case. The complainant was testifying about the matters that were very sensitive, of course, and you just can't imagine. And then what she was talking about, of course, very sensitive in nature. So in terms of the Act, we have Section 152, which means of the Criminal Procedure Act, courts must open. In terms of also the Section 353C of the Constitution, you have the courts that must be public. And the accused also has to have access to a public court, open court. He also has the right to adduce and challenge evidence. It's important for courts to be open. However, you will have courts where the courts are in camera, which means in private. Nothing to do with cameras. Although we have CCTV as well, that's a different section. So it's important for you to also know the Act in terms that you have Section 158 as well, you have Section 170A as well. So there's differences between the two. In terms of Section 170A, you have a proceedings that can be CCTV proceedings, and this means that the court is literally a public sexual offences court. The court is here, there's a passage, and an intermediary room is just next to it. So intermediary room or witness room, it looks, you can have a look at the slides, perhaps, if, I'm not sure if I can change it, probably can. So there it is. So this is from probably in PE, probably in Quebec. And here you have the TV there, and you also have a device, which will probably be on the left-hand side, a small box. You'll have a camera, and the child witness might be 7, 8 years old, will be sitting there with an intermediary, and the intermediary will be relaying the questions from the magistrate or the defense attorney or the prosecutor to the child in a manner that he or she understands. It can be a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, depends on the child. The prosecution will usually bring an application, but of course, I spoke to the magistrate at the court. She was like, she feels that the best way for a child to actually come and testify in court. I was like, okay, but it depends from magistrate to magistrate. But she felt that it's better for them to come and sit in court. But we do have the Section 170A of the Criminal Procedure Act for children, elderly people, and mentally ill persons, not children, to go and testify in this intermediary room. And then the TV there is for them to maybe identify the accused as that red person in a red shirt, he's the one person that touched me, then etc. So they'll bring into a small screen, small TV, not a TV, but it's like a box with a camera. So the people in the court can also see it. So it's literally just, at Paris, it's 5 meters away from each other. So just a passage, intermediary room, and then the court. So the intermediary is usually a social worker. We did have Captain Arendse earlier, but it's not a forensic social worker. It's a social worker. We also asked her a lot of questions during the week. It's fascinating to hear what she had to tell us, all her experiences, what she had to do to become a social worker, the types of questions that she asked them. So they have to really make it understandable so that the children can understand the questions. There's no legal lingo here, no Latin. So, so the children must understand. And then, of course, we also saw, for the first time I saw, the anatomical doll. And the social worker was like, she's undressing the doll. I was like, oh, we saw everything. So you see the genitals on the doll, it looks real. So that they can then show the child, or ask them, like Captain Arendse mentioned, how did the accused touch you? What happened? He can explain to us what happened. And it's fascinating that he mentioned about the panties going in with the accused and then the evidence being unraveled in that way. It's fascinating to have that facility at the courts. Currently, we only have about 114 sexual offences courts throughout the country. So just understand this again, it's not a court on its own. It's built in within the regional courts of the magistrate courts in our country. We also have these rooms, I haven't seen them yet, at the High Court as well. But remember, it's not just for sexual offences. The criminal matter, it could be murders as well. But I think it's really important for sexual offences that we do have it. My colleague at the university is busy with a doctorate, and she's almost done. She did a lot of field research recently, and her argument is that all children must go through this system, must go sit in the intermediate room and testify so that they can be protected from the court system. But again, I spoke to the magistrate last week. She said, no, some of them must go and testify. That's his law, that's opinion. And again, she's experienced. She knows what she's talking about. But my colleague is writing the thesis so that she can challenge that. That's what we do. Academics, we have the freedom to say what we want. Of course, must be factual, must be based on the law, on case law. But that was our experience. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to continue taking my students to courts. Next year again, they love it. At least you can't take 100, 150 at a time. So I take about 4 to 5 and 6. And then I ask them, please tell me how it was. And you can have a look. I think I did mention, I'm just going to be brief, almost done. So those are the sections. And I think, yes, I mean, the justice system is always criticized we like to criticize the NPA as well. And so much this year alone. And we speak amongst each other in Malta. You just put me on my place as well. But so this is just a very brief testimony or just a brief reflection of what happened at the court. And again, this another just reflection there. Seeing live court proceedings. As the lecturer, I cannot tell the students what live court proceedings are. Like, you have to go. And what's fantastic is all of us can also go. We don't have a law degree. So I'm happy about mediation. I also am a firm supporter of mediation, even in criminal matters, even in more serious criminal matters. But again, my opinion. So in law, we like to say, you use your opinion. You stick with it. That's your argument. So in terms of something else I mentioned or saw the courts this year, we went to a high court yesterday. Met Judge Jenny, met Judge Saldana before. It's really fantastic. They tell us their life stories similar to what we do. So we really appreciate it. And the students, they walk away, they're so much more rich. And also that social justice that comes through. Speak to judges, speak to magistrates, bring that experience. So thanks to you, administrators, thanks to you, Ms. Osman, we really appreciate sharing your stories with us. We appreciate it. I think that's me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Wow.
The students love my classes, always should.
Wow. So I guess you're coming back on the 9th of December. Wow, okay, that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, so we're gonna do a quick Q&A. I know it's already probably after 3. Is it after 3? Oh, wow. Okay, so we're gonna just do a quick Q&A. Yeah, so you're welcome to ask your questions to Dr. Nakia or Advocate Ratus. Yeah. Yes.
So this is not a question, this is a comment. So prior to becoming a magistrate, thank you. So prior to becoming magistrate, I worked at the Department of Justice's National Office, and I worked in a department, or rather a chief, what do they call it, chief directorate, called vulnerable groups. And under vulnerable groups, we do all the kinds of things that we've been speaking about here: domestic violence, harassment orders, children's matters, the development of intermediaries, the setup of the courts. Because believe me, those courts don't get set up by themselves, no? There's got to be somebody like me sitting. Actually, we need a one-way window here, a one-way mirror. We need the projector there. And all of those, and if you want information on maintenance, alles wat vulnerable groups are, né? You contact them and tell them what you need. So they will send you things like posters and stuff on domestic violence, maintenance, and they have developed codes and things for everybody. And the experience that he's talking about really took me back many years now, because that's the stuff I was involved in. In regard to even the child justice stuff, we developed this roundtable method of, as they put it in that act, of how children should be, I don't want to say questioned, but put around the table with their teachers and their mothers and their social workers and the priest. And then they'll tell the child, do you realize that what you've done is wrong or right? Do you understand what right or wrong is? So there is a wealth of work that happens before you even get to the point where you have that intermediary room, for instance. And while I don't agree with the magistrate, with all due respect, who says the child should come testify, there are magistrates who believe in that. But if it's traumatic for the child, the magistrate has the authority to stop it and say, no, let's do this another way. So instead, and I know we, as departments, the NPA, the Department of Justice, and everybody attracts a lot of criticism. But there is such a lot of work that happens behind the scenes that we need to find out I spent 2 years just with magistrates and chief magistrates and legal aid board and everybody you could think about the children's court, how a children's court should be run. Hey? So I think we all deserve to give ourselves a little pat on the back that some things are still actually working. Yeah. So that's comment about
Yes. I know that we're dealing with NPA and this and the one that to my attention a few years ago, Section 54 of the Sexual Offences Act, which speaks about when you have suspicion or you have knowledge of a sexual related matter of a minor that's been 6 years older or a person with a disability, and also your interpretation of Section 54(3), where it speaks about that no criminal or civil action will be taken against an individual. And I'm probing you for the simple reason I've mentioned the case now in Oxford with the police officer. When the parents came in, he then decided to refer them to the hospital, although he was aware, he in his mind said that because it's an 8-year-old, there's no criminal capacity. And now I'm referring you to the hospital, where they sat for 5 hours at the hospital with that 5-year-old. Was referred back to the police station. Then back at the police station, it was another story. And I heard on the road, someone told me about it. At the police station, they then said, we'll open a case, but the next morning the FC unit member will come out to assist. And I said, no, I'm home immediately. That person is getting paid for working overtime, that person must come out. Now, the challenge you find is that, and it's what the magistrate mentioned earlier, I'm a lay person, I don't understand the law at all. In Oakland, you will find that the literacy level is low. I can talk about evictions. The magistrate, she evicts people without even making sure if they have places where they can stay. And then it's just because you have the rural setting where most of the people come from the house. And I think it's important maybe if you can maybe just steer us in the direction on the first part, Section 54, because I think it's important that we need to make a statement with police officers that don't do what they need to do. With magistrates that think they can speak to us in a manner that is condescending. When you come and like protection order, I don't leave you without even listening to evidence. You see what I'm saying? How do we deal with the first part and then the second part with the public officials that think they can do as they please, I would say.
Perhaps the second part first, because that's what's going off in my brain directly. Thinking about it, everybody is equal before the law in Section 9. And the Constitution, so it's Section 9 of the Constitution, the right to equality. It has to be applicable in each and every court of law in the country. So it's good that you're talking about it. So we looked earlier, now talked about how you can complain. So is it worth complaining or not? We also looked at what Dr. Jacob said earlier. More mothers just decide to give up because the system is failing. So I want to tell you that the system is currently failing you. We must acknowledge it. We must then complain about it. Because we cannot keep silent. Yeah. So it's a clear violation of that person's human right. It's constitutional right. It should not be for the same justice as the gate. What the magistrate. So it's a clear violation. I'm happy that you're activists about that and various other things. So I'm happy to have a conversation as well with you in the future about that. He didn't invite me. Some meeting in the future. I'm looking forward to it. Because we just, again, I've just said so much about sexual offences, not my area per se. So I'm really interested in the research going forward. But it's clear about this person's right equality. Then also, in terms of the first question, the negligent or the omission, call it an omission of a person to report sexual crime. I was at the Parasexual Offences Court as well, and there was a case where a 10-year-old girl is pregnant. The stepfather is the father of the child. So, it means being reported now, 6, 7, 8 months after the crime has been committed. The mother is obviously aware. You can see there's a lady, but nothing is being done. I've the defense courts, not necessarily my area, the condition is a bit more, but that is obviously for me, it's a crime. That the offense was not being reported to the authorities. So it's on.
But that's exactly what's troubling me. This is my friend, but the NPA films are there's a place, even now, still in my head, and I try to not become emotional about it. Because I need to be objective in this matter, because it's not about one child, it's another child that's being failed. So, if however, you get to the level where they say no, they acknowledge you get a knowledge certificate. I don't have money to go and prosecute privately, but it's a clear violation of the rights. It's exactly what I was saying earlier. And I have respect for these prosecutors, but most of them, they try to go for the wins. And just the wins, and if to them indeed, this is possibly not a win, I'm going to waste my time. That's the reality that's really happening. In fact, people find that in Outsourcing, I'm the most unpopular person. Why? Simply because I believe that everyone is important. If you drop something in my face, if who you are, I will challenge you. But it is important that the academics and we need to collaborate like that. We need to collaborate when activists are saying that we are prepared to do what was done in their past. Because that is where we are now. We have people that's impose, that don't care. So I think the case that you are mentioning, we need to follow up as activists in the area and say, we want to know what's happening to the case. That mother must be charged.
Sure.
There's no way we can try to justify that she was economically or somehow dependent on it. She had to act in the best interest of the child. So she must be charged. If however, then we go to the media.
Because it's too late for promotion.
You see, so I think not only for the 16 days, but it's a vital opportunity now to bring back cases like that.
Last question. Thank you for mentioning that. And thank you for mentioning about it was equal before the law. I'm so sorry, but I don't believe that to be the case currently. Because of prior experience. My question is, we all have the right to just administrative action. It sounds clear. But the stories that we hear, you say a complaint, you say the manager, board manager, area board manager, regional aid, whoever, and you don't get any answers. That is a violation of constitutional right. Why is it not? I'm wondering who's listening? What's the consequences? Because the consequences for a member, for the public, you set one foot wrong in a court, court order, whatever the case may be. But the people that it's paid money to, that's what they can see. What's the consequences? We don't have money to go to the constitutional court. We don't. So what do we do with it? You get so many cases where people complain all the time, no rate channels, no resolution. Why are we as South Africans, all ones knows about what are we doing about this? What are we doing? You know, it's just it's not, it's against our constitution. It's actually very serious. Yeah. Nothing gets done. Yeah.
Increase the bit violation of the constitutional rights. And this you mentioned important point. You want a very good lawyer to go against the state. That's the best.
Maybe just a conceptual. Yes. Yeah. And you see that. So where's the access to justice? Where's that? You see, so you need a transfer to go to these. You don't have access.
I'm just happy that we're having this conversation because as a lecturer, I can only take it back to my students, but also write about it. But I can take it back to my students who are 20, 19, 20 years old, and also impart that knowledge. And telling them the system is failing us. What do you think now about it? How can we, you in 5 years' time, you're a lawyer, what are you going to do? Yeah. Are you just going to accept? My students know, challenge the system. It's failing all of us. It has failed us. Maybe it's some part of our life. Yeah. And that's
I want to know why does the justice system department allow a case of a minor to be withdrawn? The case, because if we talk about the best interest of the child, whether if this child had laid give a statement that she was raped, in the same case of the stepfather raping the child, it was my eldest grandchild was at high school and it was her friend at school. So this, and she told the story to me as well. She made a case. The mother told her, would you like your younger sister, who you grew up with, the father was in jail, would you like your younger sister to grow up without a father? On that basis, the mother influenced the child with, so the mother would do something to that effect. But my point is, the child was a minor. And when she told me the story of the father said, you will never forget this day. The day you wrote, they said, you will never forget this day. That story still sticks with me. I took it to the school principal. And they did nothing. I took it to Saki Bhatna, where they had community people working all the hours. I can't remember what their names were. Somehow the stepfather heard about it. And the mother and myself had a meeting and she did nothing about it. Up till today that this case just fell off the table. My question is, why do they allow cases of minors to be withdrawn?
I don't think it happens, of course, in every case. Every case, because there are other cases where we do get convictions. We do need the witness to testify. So if we do not have the witness to testify, there's no case. There won't be a case against the accused who has raped.
Mother drew the case because this child is a minor.
And then that, of course, after that, of course, they need that case to want to. Will the prosecutor have known about that? I don't know. What happens if the prosecutor knows about it? I'm not sure how that process works. But it is again a severe violation of the rights of the minor. Not just of that, what about the other we're also about? What about people in the community like yourself? Is that about the testament?
Yeah.
What about the teachers? It's the first time they've heard about the race at their school, where they haven't done anything about it. There's many cases of water polo abuse in Eastern Cape, which is on their yes. Yeah.
First of all, the mother can charge it. It's not up to her. When there's a criminal case, it's for the state to prosecute, the NPA.
Sure.
So, if the mother dropped the charges, the state has to continue prosecuting. If the prosecuting that court has not done their work, they must be reported to the Director of Public Prosecution in Western Cape. Right? That case must be heard. That's a minor. That one's right has to be upheld. And if the mother is withdrawing, she could be charged for whatever the reason that she's wanting to withdraw the case. So, my apologies, but that case is not done. That matter must be reported to the Director of Public Prosecution. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because the state, remember, in a criminal case, it's not what I said. The state of people who are being prosecuted because you have upset the balance in society. And as citizens, we have contract between the state and the government. We say that we will be good citizens. Yeah. But when we commit a crime, or like in this case, crime was committed, that must be prosecuted by the NPA.
Yeah. Can I just say something also? And I can stay corrected here, I'm in company here. Certain crimes have no prescription of time. In other words, there is no time frame. Like if I steal your handbag, you've only got extra, I think, I don't know, help me out. 3 months, 3 years. 3 years to complain, I stole your handbag. But in a crime like that, am I right? There is no prescription of time. You should actually, you can even go and speak to the NPA. Am I right? Yes.
Unfortunately, the perpetrator died.
Oh, that's not. Well, that's for you.
So my question was it reported to the police? And the prosecutor was then, of course.
What's important was, I mean, it was thrown by the mother afterwards, but the child had given a statement. So that's what I'm asking, how did that allow the mother to withdraw?
But one of many cases. That's what we are trying to say. We are failed by the system.
But I'm sorry, but my understanding now of magistracy, and also trying to understand what you see here was that the prosecutor is the one that is fault.
Correct.
Because the prosecutor is not supposed to allow that they would so we should take the prosecutor on.
How do you get away with
Yes, because the parent or state of the withdraw.
Yeah, nothing to do with the parent.
So the parent can just say what the prosecutor is supposed to go on. Because that is the thing that is happening now, where they don't do that.
Yeah.
They
And that's why my first question was, who is holding?
Yes,
Then after the day, how did they get away with dropping the case? So that's why we are asking, who is holding their accountable?
Yes.
Because I think now the problem is accountability.
Yes.
Because it's one of many cases.
yes. Especially that child has made a mistake, you respect another and done something like that. So there's enough evidence there to actually do the investigation.
Yeah.
And based on that, the prosecutor needs to continue.
Especially since it was before. Of that, there's a case that are having, which are done through the following processes. the individual who is a professional, who is a mandatory reporter, failed to report knowledge of an abuse. He claimed that he went to the police station and then lodged a complaint against the police officer who failed to open the case. There was no evidence even in two investigations. Two, the professional was the police station. Then all of those was submitted to the NPA, and yet the NPA is saying, don't prosecute. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I'm hoping that this will get to them. Because it is important for them to understand GBV. We must start with not keeping people in a fire. They must start speaking up. And how do we do that? By making an example of professional sparkers, of teachers, of all those ones that knows better than the layperson.
Yeah.
We have to start doing that. Otherwise, we will continue next year with the same problem. And that's the case of 2019.
Yeah.
Also, to that, in terms of briefly, in terms of you think that
Almost
communities, the religious part of church, all the community members in our community, also we're not talking about.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what we need to also think about that. How can we mention education in my side? That's not enough.
Yeah.
I tell the kids and boys and girls at school, grade 2, 4, 5, about this. We need to instill in our communities.
Yeah.
We need to report these.
Ladies and gentlemen. Mm.
I would suggest that when you kind of decide to get together,
Yeah.
that you need to do information sessions.
Yeah.
It's not just us talking.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Get your community people, get the leaders of your community.
Yeah.
Then you talk to them about process.
Yeah.
Protection,
Mm.
more,
Mm. Sure. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we would love to continue this conversation, it's almost 4 o'clock. The dialogue was supposed to end at 2:30. Can we continue this conversation on the 9th of December? Mhm.
We started it last week, we continue twice a week.
Mm.
Any person, like, I'm going to invite Natalie later to school.
Mm.
But these are often our way we can inform the amount of listeners to 250,000.
Wow.
So that's a lot.
Wow.
You get the message.
Yeah.
But it's important. What I'm hearing, we need to, and most of the people are
Yeah.
workers.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily understand the process.
Yeah.
So any person, my numbers would, I'm more than willing to say we can phone from that side.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, wow, you have been such an incredible audience today. Wow. Thank you so much. We will see each other on the 9th of December, Saturday, 9th of December, as we conclude the 16 days of activism. And we have a special guest speaker, Pastor Derek Burks. Some of you know him. You do not want to miss this dialogue. So please join us again, and we're going to continue these difficult conversations on the 9th of December. And sadly, it will be our last dialogue for the year. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bongelwa Kandashe, and it's been such a pleasure hosting you today. Enjoy your afternoon. Bye.